All right. It's your boy BD, Big Dog Sports in the building again. This is the first for me. It's my second live for the day. And we had breaking news, man. Pretty sad news too. The death of Terry Bollea, aka Hulk Hogan, dead at 71. I know a lot of people, especially a lot of Gen Xers like me, who grew up watching Hulk Hogan, have a soft spot in their heart right now. Skywalker, damn it, I'm here. I'm right here, sir. Hey, Skywalker, why you right here? Did you see my thumbnail? I need somebody to tell me if they seen my thumbnail. I'm right here, sir. But yeah, Terry Bollea, aka Hulk Hogan, dead at 71. Um, I have to give Skywalker his due. He's the one who put me onto it, blew my mind earlier. And let's talk about it, man. Let's go take a trip down memory lane. I'll tell you my very first introduction to Hulk Hogan. My very first introduction to Hulk Hogan was WrestleMania 1. He was the main event, and it was a tag team match. It was Hulk Hogan and Mr. T versus Roddy Piper and Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff. Brandon, what's going on? Art, what's going on? Yeti, what's going on? Thank y'all for coming, man. I just wanted to talk this Hulk Hogan stuff because this is big, man. This is like huge breaking news. Like Hulk Hogan was a legend. Now, did I agree with him politically? No. So I'm not going to even get into Hulk Hogan politics. I want to stick to the wrestling. So I'm going to tell you my personal story about Hulk Hogan, how I was introduced to Hulk Hogan. It was WrestleMania 1. It was a tag team match. It was Hulk Hogan and Mr. T versus Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff and Roddy Piper. WrestleMania 1 was in Madison Square Garden. You know, I'm a native New Yorker, so it was a really big deal. You know, back in those days, you know, it was closed circuit television. So it wasn't no cable back then. And man, it's like my inner 10-year-old is like fucked up right now. Like it's crazy. Like Hulk Hogan is the default. Him and Ric Flair, because I put them both on the same echelon. Those two gentlemen are the foundation of what we see in modern wrestling. And Hulk Hogan in particular, not only he's the father of modern wrestling, he also paved the way for wrestlers to become actors because he was the first wrestler to be in a movie. You know, I'm pretty sure a lot of y'all, most of y'all have seen Rocky 3, right? Hulk Hogan was in Rocky 3. And Hulk Hogan opened that door for guys like Dwayne Johnson, for guys like John Cena, for guys like Dave Batista, right? Hulk Hogan opened that door for them. Say what you want about Hulk Hogan, but Hulk Hogan was a cultural icon, right? He opened Stone Reddit that part. He opened the door for all those guys. We wouldn't never hear about any of those guys if it wasn't for Hulk Hogan and in part Ric Flair, because I put them both on the same thing. Like you can Hulk Hogan was the good and Ric Flair was the bad. Like Hulk Hogan was the yin and Ric Flair was the yang. Like you can't have Hulk Hogan without Ric Flair, and you can't have Ric Flair without Hulk Hogan. Like they played off each other, and it was a symbiotic thing. Like they needed each other, even though they were in two separate leagues. Like Ric Flair at the time was in the NWA, and Hulk Hogan at the time was what was called back then the WWF, the World Wrestling Federation, right? But this is big, y'all. Like it's not every day that you lose a cultural icon. And Hulk Hogan was not just a cultural icon in the white community, he was also a cultural icon in the black community. Like let's call it what it is. Like there was a lot of black kids, especially in the inner city where I was from, Brooklyn, that loved Hulk Hogan, right? Say your prayers, eat your vitamins, like all that stuff, drink milk and all that. You know what I mean? Like Hulk Hogan was that guy. And, anybody who says that he wasn't that guy don't know what the fuck they talking about. Period. They don't know what they're talking about. And not for nothing, if you don't have Hulk Hogan, you don't have the WWE, and by default, you don't have the UFC or MMA. You'd have never seen the UFC if the WWE didn't blow up like how it did. You wouldn't see a John Jones, right? You wouldn't see a Anderley De Silva and all that. It wouldn't be a UFC if it wasn't for the WWE. So, and yeah, every fighting sport do promos. That's all because of Hulk Hogan and to an extent Ric Flair. I think Ric Flair cut better promos than Hulk Hogan, but Hulk Hogan was a he. Listen, that part. I was a Hulkamaniac too. I'm not gonna lie. I would be lying if I would be lying to you. Let me put this up on the screen. Art Earth says he was a Hulkamaniac. So was I. So was I. I was definitely a Hulkamaniac. Big, huge wrestling fan. And I'm not the wrestling fan that I was as a kid, obviously. I keep a track of it a little bit now because my daughter likes watching wrestling. But yeah, it's gonna be sad. And I know a lot of people, especially a lot of people in my age range, the whole Generation X, and even for some of you millennials, because all of y'all know what the NWO was, right? The New World Order that he came up with in the 90s with Scott Hall and Kevin Nash. The NWO was a big, huge thing. That was a big deal. That changed professional wrestling, the NWO. And I would just like to hear what y'all thoughts was. Give me your Hulk Hogan story if you have one. I would be very interested to hear about your Hulk Hogan story or just any wrestling story in general because this today is not just about Hulk Hogan. I want it to be just a general, wrestling conversation. We could talk about any wrestlers, but Hulk Hogan, man, dead at 71. And it's a big, huge loss, not just for the wrestling community, but for the country. Like, who was more pro-American than Hulk Hogan, right? Wasn't nobody more patriotic than Hulk Hogan. Like Hulk Hogan used to come to the ring waving an American flag. His theme song, "I Am a Real American," right? So it's what it's gonna be big, and his funeral is gonna be huge. Like they probably have Hulk Hogan funeral on TV. That's how big Hulk Hogan was. Like Hulk Hogan funeral is probably going to be nationally televised. like how Michael Jackson funeral was. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how big Hulk Hogan was. Moxie, she says, I love Hulk Hogan. $1 Million Man. His name is Ted DiBiase, for those who don't know who the $1 Million Man is. The Hart brothers, the Hart Foundation, that's Bret Hart and Jim the Anvil Neidhart. Miss Elizabeth, God rest her soul, too. And the Macho Man, Randy Savage, whose real name is Randy Popoff. Um, yeah, I grew up with these people. Like, I watched wrestling. I was a hardcore wrestling fanatic. Like, Hulk Hogan was that guy. And you know, wrestling is not where it is today without Hulk Hogan. It's just not. Hulk Hogan put wrestling on the map. And he did it really almost single handedly, if you want to be fair, because as great as much props as I give to Ric Flair, you know, I'm a big Ric Flair guy. But the NWA didn't come on like how the WWF came on. Like the WWF used to come on the weekends, every Saturday morning and every Sunday morning, WWF will come on TV. And then you would have Saturday night's main events. So you would see the WWF 3 times a week. You know, this is back in the days when we had box TVs with little knobs on them that you had to turn. And then if your TV got old and the knobs fell off, and you had to put hangers in your antennas, and you had to turn the channel with pliers and all that shit. Yeah, I'm from the fucking hood. You know what I'm saying? So I remember all that stuff. Miss D, what's going on, baby? I know you. I don't know if you're a wrestling fan, but today is about the death of Hulk Hogan. That's what I'm covering today because it is a big, huge deal. It's a big, huge deal. And Hulk Hogan was a cultural icon. And most people who don't watch wrestling know who Hulk Hogan is. So yeah, I mean, he did show his ass, Miss D. Like, look, I'm not. I do not agree with Hulk Hogan politically. I put that out there. I was not a Hulk Hogan fan in terms of his politics, but the wrestling, we got to call ace a ace and a spade. Like he put wrestling on his back and made modern wrestling what it is today. So thank for all of y'all for coming. I appreciate it. You know, like, share, subscribe, hit the cash app. You know, we in here today. Yeah, I mean, wrestling, that's what wrestling is. Wrestling is a physical soap opera, right? But and yes, it is scripted. We all know that, but let's call ace ace again. Some of this stuff you can't fake. When you jumping off the top of the cage, off the top of a steel cage that's 30 feet high and crashing into a table, you can't fake that. You know what I'm saying? Like, can't fake that. I mean, it depends on what you watch in Skywalker. Not all the WWE might be watered down to a point, but if you ever heard of AEW, that's not watered down at all. Like them dudes are really fighting. Yeah, I listen again, Yeti. I'm with you with this. The audio clip of him saying the Nick saying nigga behind the scenes about his daughter dating blacks message. Listen, I didn't appreciate that either. Listen, I'm not here to act like Hulk Hogan was a saint. He was not, and I vehemently disagree with his political views. And yes, it's been put out there that Hulk Hogan was a racist, that he didn't really care for black people like that. And I get that. You understand what I'm saying? But in the wrestling field, he did put over some black people. You know, yeah, it's scripted, Wolfpack, but it's still dangerous. Like I said, you can't fake jumping off the top of a steel cage 30 feet onto a table. Like you can't fake that. 1 second, or I got you. We drop this link for y'all for anybody who want to come up. How you doing, Brandon? And thank y'all all for coming. I appreciate that. You know, it's gonna, like I said, his funeral is gonna be on. I guarantee you that Hulk Hogan funeral be on national TV. There's no way that they let Hulk Hogan funeral not get televised for the public to watch. Like I said, say what you want about him politically. I didn't agree with him. Say what you want about, his feelings about black people, right? I didn't agree with that either. But in terms of wrestling and what he did for wrestling is undeniable. Him and Ric Flair are the foundation of what modern wrestling is. Okay, let's see who we got. Okay, this is Brandon.
Hello there. I was on that gospel channel yesterday.
Hey Brandon, how you doing, my brother?
Just fine.
You
Just
okay
fine.
over there, bud?
Yes. And what version of
I
StreamYard
want
do
to
you
make
have?
sure I hear. Say that one more time, Brandon. I'm sorry, I had to turn my volume.
What version of StreamYard do you have?
I have just the regular version. I don't have the advanced version of StreamYard. Of course, and Wolfpack, I remember the Junkyard Dog.
And how much do you love my content?
Oh yeah, I love the video game stuff, Brandon. I'm a video gamer, so yeah, I left you a comment on one of your video game videos last night. I don't know if you've seen it, but I surely did leave you a comment.
You did sub to me.
Yeah, I did, and I left you a comment on one of your videos too.
And what if you came to my channel for a stream?
I mean, that would be cool. It depends on what the subject matter is. Like, what would you like to talk about?
The content you upload?
My content or yours?
Yours?
Okay, we could do that. That I wouldn't have a problem with that, sir.
My channel is G-rated.
That's fine.
What about your channel?
Bob, well, my channel's more R-rated, man. I'd be honest with you.
Skywalker84 subbed to me last night.
Yeah, I mean, Brandon, you cool, man. I don't have a problem with you. BD, how are you not laughing? Bob, you don't stop it.
Certain channels
this
has
is
a
the
reach.
evil I be talking
Bob.
I'm sorry?
I was reading Skywalker's comment.
Yes, Skywalker, Bob, they're a mess.
Lately, a lot of people. I'm on my goal to 5,000.
Yeah, hey Brandon, I'm not gonna even hold you. I didn't know you had that many subscribers. Like I was really impressed when I went on your page. I was like, holy crap, this dude got 4K subscribers. I only got 100. You got 4,000. Like,
I'm only
how'd you pull that
71 more
off?
subs away.
Yeah, that I was like, wow, that's crazy. Hold on. I got Art up here. Art, what's going on, my brother?
What's up, BD?
Hi there, Art.
How you doing?
What's up? What's up, Brandon?
And do you like my content?
I love your content, man. You do a great job.
Did you
Congratulations
sub?
on that. Of course, I subbed a
All
long
right.
time
Well,
ago.
Brandon, let me ask you a question. What you think about the death of Hulk Hogan? Did you watch wrestling at all?
No,
Also, you don't know anything about wrestling like that?
I don't really watch wrestling. My dad does.
Okay, well, maybe you should have your dad come on here
My
because
parents don't
that's the
like being on
subject.
cam.
Nah, they don't have to be on cam to talk about wrestling. You're not on cam.
They don't like being on
So,
panels in general.
oh, they don't like to be on panels in general. Okay, I dig it. But yeah, this conversation today is about Hulk Hogan
How old was
and the
Hulk
death
Hogan
of Hulk
anyway?
Hogan. He was 71.
71.
Yes.
All people usually die a lot more in their 80s and 90s.
Well, it depends on who the person is. Everybody's not meant to live long lives.
But let's do.
Hey,
How did
Art, you
Hulk
there,
Hogan
buddy?
die anyway?
He had a heart attack, cardiac
People in their
arrest.
70s usually have heart attacks a lot.
I mean, it depends. It depends on how you take care of yourself and take care of your body. You know what I'm saying? Like we all have an expiration date at the end of the day.
Yeah, what year Hulk Hogan was born?
I mean, Hulk Hogan was born in the 1960s. I want to say. I mean, I could look it up for you.
I was born. What's your birth year?
Oh man, I was born in '73, bro. Let's see. Hulk Hogan was born. Oh, okay. He was born August 11th, 1953. Yeah, so Hulk Hogan was a boomer.
Oh, he would have been turning 72 in about a month.
Yeah, he'd have been 72. Yeah, in a couple. Yeah, in a month, he'd have been 72.
Why Hulk Hogan has stream with me on my channel? How many subs will I get?
I don't know. Why don't you go live, right? And do some content about Hulk Hogan and see who comes because you got 4K followers, right? So I'm pretty sure
49.
you would
49,
not.
29.
Yeah, okay. So you almost at 5,000 followers. So maybe you should do a stream about Hulk Hogan and see how many people come. Like I'm not on your level, sir.
You know how much? Yeah, about BD 4929. That's me. And what's your sub count?
100. Like I said, I'm not on your level, Brandon. I'm not on your level yet.
I'm almost at 5,000.
Yeah, maybe I'll get there one day.
My channel is G rated.
I dig it.
Probably
There's
around
nothing
like
wrong with that.
40. 103. It's
There,
just
there's
103.
there's nothing wrong with having a G rated. But Brandon, I gotta drop you real quick. I'll bring you back in a second. Um, Again, this is about Hulk Hogan, um, and just about wrestling in general. And yes, Miss D, I rocks with you, Miss D. So you always welcome here, mama. And no, Art, I'm not doing that. Y'all foolish for that. You guys are wild for that. Wild. Bob, bring your ass up here, Bob. I know you watch wrestling when you were little because you're a melanated white guy. So I know you watch some wrestling. Man, I mean, just, you use your imagination, Skywalker. I mean, I'll humor people to a point, man, but you're not gonna get me off topic. Like I'm all for self promotion. You understand what I'm saying? But we do have limits here. Um, but yeah, I'm curious to see what y'all Hulk Hogan stories are. You know what I mean? Because we all have a Hulk Hogan story, especially if you're a Gen Xer or a, a older millennial. Yeah, that and Miss D, I'm glad you brung that up. Let me show that. My favorite memory as far as wrestling was Hulk versus Andre the Giant. Yes, that was an iconic moment. That was WrestleMania 3. That was Andre the Giant's very first loss as a professional wrestler. And Hulk Hogan was the very first person to slam Andre the Giant. And the truth behind that story is, Andre the Giant let all that happen. All that, none of that had nothing to do with Hulk Hogan. That had everything to do with Andre the Giant. That was Andre the Giant way of passing the torch. Because before then, Andre the Giant, who was also called the seventh wonder of the world, he was wrestling's biggest star until Hulk Hogan. And WrestleMania 3 was Andre the Giant passing the torch to Hulk Hogan. That's what that was about. Yeah, that was a big, huge moment. And not just professional wrestling, but in sports. Like, yeah, Andre the Giant, he did let that happen. Andre the Giant controlled all of that. That was all that had nothing to do with Hulk Hogan. If anything, Hulk Hogan owes Andre the Giant a huge debt for putting him over. Hulk Hogan don't become the megastar he became without Andre the Giant putting him over in WrestleMania 3. And that's a fact. That was a big, huge deal. It's letting him slam him. I mean, the fact that Hulk Hogan got him up showed the immense strength that Hulk Hogan had in his prime, right? Hulk Hogan wasn't a weak guy. But let's call it Andre the Giant. I mean, the man was almost close to 500 pounds. So, yeah, but hold on, let me drop that there. And I know I get on Bob Case all the time for this, so let me go do this real quick. Let me go pin this link real quick. Give me 1 second, guys. Because I want to be a hypocrite. I bought the Bob about this all the time, about setting my stage. So I would be a hypocrite to not set my own stage. Yeah, I bought the Bob all the time about setting the stage. So let me go pin this. Oh, come on, man. All right. Now that we got that out the way. And yeah, Jake the Snake, that was my guy too, Miss D. Like Jake the Snake, he was very, very underrated, Jake the Snake. Yeah, Jake the Snake was an underrated dude. And I appreciate all y'all coming up here. It does, right? I love my color schemes. It's not. It's just my computer's just old. That's all that is. I, if I knew I was gonna be doing this like this, I would invest it in a laptop. And yeah, Tito Santana was underrated too. And not for nothing, so was Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. I don't know if you guys remember him, but Ricky the Dragon Steamboat was one of the greatest technical wrestlers of all time. And yeah, the Iron Sheik, yeah, Iron Sheik, Nikolai Volkov, the British Bulldogs, and Greg the Hammer Valentine, Brutus Beefcake. Like, yeah, I go back to that. Don Morocco, Pedro Morales, and Jimmy Superfly Snooker. Yeah, Jake the Snake and Bad News Brown and all that. Yeah, I seen that documentary, Miss D, The Dark Side of Wrestling, and it is a dark side. Let's call it what it is. These people, yes, definitely Kurt Hennig, Mr. Perfect, and Sting. Yeah, those are legends. But none of them, and I mean none of them, exist without Hulk Hogan. And the Ultimate Warrior didn't try to steal his thunder. He just wanted Hulk Hogan to put him over. And Hulk Hogan refused to put him over, so he just took matters into his own hands. Look, the Ultimate Warrior, one of my favorite wrestlers. I remember Glow. Glow. For those of you who don't remember Glow, Glow is an acronym. It stands for the Gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling. I remember that. I sure do remember that. That was like the first real women's wrestling association. Like it was an all women's wrestling league, Glow. Of course, I remember IRS. That IRS Irwin R. Schuster, aka Mike Rotunda. His sons are in the WW. Well, one of his sons passed away. His son was Bray Wyatt. He passed away last year. His other son, Bo Wyatt, he's in the WWF right now. He wrestles under the name Uncle Howdy for the Wyatt Six. Yeah, he wasn't. Yeah, Miss D, that part. He wasn't trying to steal Hulk Hogan's swag. He just wanted Hulk Hogan to put him over, and Hulk Hogan wasn't ready to like give up his position yet. So the Ultimate Warrior just took matters into his own hands, and he went off script and beat him. Yes, that part too, Miss T. Mr. T gave Hulk Hogan a lot of credibility in the black community. He sure the fuck did. That's why he was on the main event for WrestleMania 1. That's exactly. See, Vince McMahon was a genius. Like, give Vince McMahon his props. I don't care for Vince McMahon as a person, but his wrestling genius is unmatched. He knew exactly what he was doing, and this was Mr. T at his height. He was just in Rocky 3. You know what I'm saying? He was, the A-Team was a big, huge hit during the 1980s. Like, this was Mr. T at his height. And he took a Hollywood actor at the peak of his career and put him on his wrestling event. And yeah, it created a lot of credibility for Hulk Hogan in the black community. It sure the fuck did, Miss D. You spot on with that. Jimmy the Mouth. Yeah, the Mouth of the South, Jimmy Hart. Yeah, that was one of Hulk Hogan's closest friends. And if any of y'all know about Brutus Beefcake, you know Brutus Beefcake is Hulk Hogan's real brother in real life. That's his little brother, Brutus Beefcake. Goldust is Dustin Rhodes. He's the son of Dusty Rhodes, the American Dream, and the brother of Cody Rhodes. It's a whole family of them. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, Mr. T had his own special, unique look to him. He had the mohawk, all the gold chains, and he was a physical specimen for a Hollywood actor. Yeah, Brutus Beefcake is Hulk Hogan's brother in real life. Yes, sir. So yeah, this is a big, huge deal. And like I said, they probably gonna have Hulk Hogan funeral on TV. What do I think of the bloodline? The original arc of the bloodline was great. I enjoyed the original arc of the bloodline, but now I think they just doing too much with the bloodline. Like they stretching it out too far. Like it's so many Samoans now in the WWE, and they're all related and all that stuff. Like, I mean, once a story peaks and starts to descend, you don't have to keep retrying to recreate it. Like they trying to recreate it now with Soka Saloa and all that, but Soka Saloa ain't Roman Reigns. Know what I'm saying? So, well, it was pretty cheesy, Miss D. But you know what? That whole NWO story arc changed the whole everything for professional wrestling. It really did. That whole NWO thing, that was a big, huge deal. The NWO is the reason why the WWE had to adjust and become the Attitude Era. It was the NWO that gave rise to Triple H and DX. It was the NWO that gave rise to Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock because they needed something more adultish. You know, the WWF in the 1980s, it was more geared towards kids. But when Hulk Hogan left the WWF and he went to the WCW, it changed things. Like, you know, when Hulk Hogan turned heel, that threw everybody off because who would have thought Hulk Hogan would be a bad guy? You understand what I'm saying? So that whole NWO thing, that was a big, huge deal. Hulk Hogan turned into a heel, a bad guy. Yeah, it made wrestling more of an adult content thing than a children's content thing. And the WWE had to adjust to that. So when the NWO came out, they had to come out with something to match that. And that's where you got DX from. DX was pretty much the counter to what the NWO was. That was the WWE's counter for the NWO was DX. And for those of y'all who don't remember who DX was, DX consisted of 5 people. It was Triple H, Shawn Michaels, the Road Dogg, Jesse James, Badass Billy Gunn, and China. That was DX. And yeah, Generation X, suck it. Yeah, that's some adult shit. That wasn't geared towards children. You're not going around telling kids to suck it, right? But that whole war between, you know, the whole marketing war between the WWE and the WCW at that time, yeah, it was called the Monday Night Wars. That was a big, huge thing. And it made these wrestlers rich, truth be told. It made all of them rich. because they weren't making millions of dollars before that Monday Night Nitro War. That put wrestling over the top, the Monday Night Wars. It really did. And a lot of people won, and you had some losers. Like the biggest loser of the Monday Night War was Sting. Sting was the biggest loser. But the biggest winner was Triple H at the end of the day. Triple H was the biggest winner, and Sting was the biggest loser. And mind you, I love Sting, like Sting the man. But Sting never wanted to work for Vince McMahon. Like Sting was dead set against working for Vince McMahon. And the only reason why he came to the WWE, Sting I'm talking about, is because he ain't have nowhere else to go, because Vince McMahon had monopolized the wrestling at that point. Because remember, he bought out the WCW. And it left Sting between a rock and a hard place. There was nowhere else for Sting to go. Sting didn't want to be in the WWE. He was dead set against it. That's why he fought Triple H at WrestleMania, and then he retired because he didn't really want to fuck with Vince McMahon. He was dead set against fucking with Vince McMahon. Like, that was not his person. He ain't care for Vince McMahon. And they still inducted Sting, the WWE, into the WWE Hall of Fame, even though Sting never really wrestled for the WWE. I don't know if any of y'all noticed, but when Sting retired from the WWE, 2 years later, Cody Rhodes and Tony Khan would start AEW, and then Sting went over there instead. He did anything to avoid the WWE. WWE, Sting didn't want no parts of it. And Art, was Stone, that's a good question. Was Stone Cold the biggest star? Was he bigger than The Rock at his peak? I think that's a good debate. I don't know. I think Sting got me. Sting on my mind. Stone Cold and The Rock look even because they both were loved and they both were hated. But I think they were just equally as popular. Yeah, Sting was in TNA and AEW, right? Because he ain't want no parts of the WWE. You see, he retired before he retired before he would actually like stay in the WWE. He fought Triple H at WrestleMania, and then he called it quits because he ain't want no parts of it. But then AEW and TNA came along, and he jumped over there because he ain't want no parts of WWE. Now, is Stone Cold the GOAT? That's a good question. I don't know if Stone Cold's the GOAT. I think the GOAT of wrestling, I think there are two GOATs of wrestling. I mentioned them earlier, one being Hulk Hogan, the other being Ric Flair. Because without them two, you don't have none of the rest of them. So that's where I stand in terms of GOATs. Now, and that's, we talking about, okay, Snafu Snaps. I'm going to need you to get on camera, sir. All righty. Show your face one more time, Snafu. I ain't catch you. All right.
Well, today is such a historic day, Big Dog Sports.
It is historic. Yes, it is historic. Yes.
I'm going to bring something to the plate. I actually worked with the wrestling entertainment business for years. I still have many friends in the business, but do you know what the term pogo is?
Pogo. I've never heard of that. Tell me.
WWE was one of the biggest pogo organizations in the world. Privately owned, government operated media relations. So the Vince McMahon family, privately owned, okay, but because of all the international TV time, promotional ads, international, it's government ran, so to speak, especially with the Saudi Arabia events and many other events that they have to work through the government to produce these things. Pogo, privately owned, government operated. Now, for all of you, rip to Chris Benoit, rip to Eddie Guerrero. For some of you, I'm going to go into the conspiratorial optics of things. Okay, I'm a YouTuber myself. In fact, I just did
the
a
Chris
video on
Benoit thing.
Yeah, I'm going to put a video I just made.
No, I mean
on Hulk
interrupt you.
Hogan.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. What were you going to say about Chris Benoit?
No, Chris Benoit was one of the greatest wrestlers I ever seen.
Right,
but
and yet
it was really sad how he went down.
Like, well, many believe it was many believe it was ritual sacrifice. I actually talked to Ryback a while back when he was doing his YouTube channel. Now he's a jobber, as we know, but many when we deal with big entities like this, we're dealing with huge ritualistic optics. WWE is one of the biggest pogo that puts the ritualistic optics out there. Okay, with entertainment, Hollywood, you name it. Now you guys got to think. Linda McMahon. Where did Linda McMahon? What administration did Linda McMahon start working for? And that she's working for again now.
The Trump administration.
There you go.
She's been in the Trump administration for
right. Exactly. Now we're witnessing the Epstein optics.
Trump administrations.
Yes, sir. So we're witnessing the Epstein optics, right? Of now I tell everyone elites versus peeps. I used to say the saying, NWO minus Hulk Hogan is what we're witnessing. You know, the systematic setup of the world of what's happening. Now, we know celebrities usually go in threes. Okay? Who were the three celebrities that recently went away? And Hulk Hogan, the brand of American hero, America, right? And we're on the brink of transitional powers in the world, including Hollywood entertainment, so to speak. Who are the three celebrities that just recently got taken out? Do you know?
Okay, so you have Hulk Hogan, Osbourne,
Ozzy, and then one other happened just recently. Jamal
Osbourne,
from the Cosby Show. Remember Jamal? The Jamal dude.
Yeah, Markham Jamal Ward from
There you go. So there's our three. There's our three.
The Cosby Show. Yes.
Now we've seen the ritualistic sacrifice optics with Bray Wyatt, with Chris Benoit, with Eddie Guerrero, and many others in the WWE. Now, because of this Epstein optics and everything going on, now I put a video on your backstage on the Hulk Hogan. Now, remind you, the optics of Hulk Hogan, the idol, the iconic presentation, what did Hulk Hogan stand for?
I thought it stand for, I thought it was a spoof of the Hulk, the comic book character.
What was his iconic? What was his celebrity? What was he promoted as? What did the TV entertainment, the powers that be, the producers that run WWE Entertainment, WWF at the time, that run the pogo of the world to see through TV media relations, what were they pushing Hulk Hogan as? The real American hero, right?
An American hero.
Yeah, ding, ding, ding. Right. Ding, ding, ding. So right when we're at the biggest transition of powers and we've seen ritualistic sacrifice. Now, I don't know if you want to pull the video I just did up in there. It's a memory lane of how Hulk Hogan is deeply rooted into the American history of optics, of what the promotional value of this icon, this idol that we have created on a celebrity status. Now, I'm a big wrestling fan. I've done this for years, but I know these companies and what they're involved in.
Right. How was you able to secure an interview with Ryback though?
I just went to his fucking channel when he was doing his live and fucking. I've been doing YouTube for years, man. I put. He didn't expect it. I put him on blast.
Oh, okay, because Ryback was supposed to be like the next kind of like Goldberg type guy, but it just didn't work out for him.
He's dangerous. He didn't know what he was doing in the ring. He hurt. He was very. He wasn't. A lot of people didn't want to work with him. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, I seen Taz had the same problem. You remember Taz from the ECW?
Know them all, brother. I've been doing this for years. Like I said, I've met many of them. Mark Calloway, The Undertaker, fucking I met them all. Many for years. But Taz,
Taz
he
had
was
that
there.
same problem.
But Taz was from Japan and many other organizations, and they do get a lot of cred, from those other organizations out of the country. So he had, Ryback was kind of just, fresh meat into the game, so to speak. Taz got his, his he did his time, so to speak. His respect.
BD,
Right. But I
BD, it
know
sounds
his
like you
people
got.
didn't want to work with him. Yeah, go
BD,
ahead,
it sounds like
Skywalker.
you
Go ahead.
sound like you got a version of Zach up here.
It do, right?
Yeah.
Zach
Next
At
thing you
least
gonna say
too.
42.
Zach
He's gonna
too.
start talking about 42 in a minute.
No,
He's
Zach
talking
Hubbard's
about
a piece of shit. Hey, Zach Hubbard's a piece of
Oh, you
shit.
know what we're talking about? Oh
Zach,
shit.
Oh, shit.
hey, homie, look me up. My name is Snafu Snaps. I run the truth, yo, homie. Look me up,
Oh
dude.
shit.
I worked
That
with
is
InfoWars and many
hilarious.
others over the years. Zach Hubbard's a piece of fucking shit. He knows exactly who I am.
Yo, that is hilarious. I
42.
didn't think you knew who Zachary K. Hubbard
42
was.
plus 3 equals Zach Hubbard sucks nuts.
42.
That is hilarious.
So do you see the video? Hey, do you see the video I put down in there? Well, no, here's the thing. This world
see
is ran under a beast system, ritualistic. I mean, it is. You, especially in media relations, Pogo. Zach's overtargeted certain things, but he's become a grifter, capitalist, piece of shit, scumbag that makes shit up.
The difference that I hear from you is you just actually find stuff and research and put it together. What his research is he'll find, like right now, I guarantee he's gonna do something on Hulk Hogan, and it's gonna be about 42 and 57 and number what's the number he uses all the time, 54 and shit like that.
54. Yeah.
And then listen,
Right.
one day
It's
he came up on
42.
the panel. One day he came up on the panel and started. I forgot what he was talking about, but he tried to put in the Tropicana Field in Florida into his equation, and it didn't even have nothing to do with what he was talking about. That shit is so crazy.
He's a fucking nutcase, dude, and he makes shit up, and he fucking, again, he's been doing this for grift and money, and he's
getting paid.
the shit does exist, like
He's
the
getting paid.
messaging, the symbolic messaging out there does exist. People like him have tried to profit and then make shit up, and no, he's just non-credible. And I'm not big on the Jamatra shit,
Did
but
he
I
let know
do.
about Gospel Bob?
Yes.
Oh yeah. You know about the Gospel of Bob?
Yes. I do. Dude, I've been monitoring. I'm what you call a citizen journalist. I'm a whistleblower. I'm a journalist and a fisher of men, is what I like to say, in the DEX, the digital experience. You go look at my channel. I've been doing this for my first channel was 30,000 subscribers, but because of censorship and so much more, I'm on channel like 15 now, and I don't even care because they will martyr and censor those who put Truthio out. I call it the Truthio. But that's what I'm saying. This is bigger and deeper, whether it's people preparing for the Epstein release. And again, it goes all WWE Entertainment is very involved with the Trump administration, whether you would understand it or not.
For sure.
I
do understand. Listen, Trump was in WrestleMania 4 and 5. Both WrestleMania 4 and 5 was at the Trump Casino in Atlantic City.
Yep. And then I don't know if you want to pull the video
involved in WWE.
And then the video that I just released will show you the iconic American optics, and again, if we're in a transition of power, so to speak, the ritualistic optics of and it always goes in threes. We mentioned the 3 that just happened. The messaging has to be out there, but people forget that Hogan, the idol itself, which is pushed, was based on America. American hero, So in the video I posted,
I just wanted to ask you. So Hacksaw Jim Duggan, I'm sure you're familiar with him. He had the same kind of stick with the Hall and the American flag coming to the ring with the 2x4. Why didn't they push him like the American hero, like they did Hulk Hogan? Was it his body type?
Well, I
Because he
mean, you
wasn't
gotta think
muscular.
the camera. Did Duggan didn't have the body. Duggan didn't
Right.
have the voice on the mic. Duggan didn't have the idol presentation of what, bleach blonde hair, fucking Hogan, especially early 80s, if you think.
Yeah.
Because all of them
Right.
came around the scene the same time. Duggan, Hogan, IRS, which was Bray Wyatt's father.
Right. Michael
You know,
Sherman.
yeah, exactly. So, it really comes down to marketing. Hogan was much more marketable than someone like Duggan.
Right. But I know Axel Jim Duggan, he was super pro-American too. With the whole
yeah,
Shit,
absolutely.
with the
so was
American
Stone
flag
Cold.
and all that.
So was Stone Cold. Shit. Y'all leaving that Stone Cold.
Not so much
Man.
Stone Cold.
But you got to think of the ritualistic optics with Stone Cold Steve Austin. What was his biggest promotional ads to
Beer.
Austin 316, which is the mockery to John 316?
Yep.
Okay, again, they put the ritualistic messaging out there through promotion ads and so much more.
Yeah,
I'm a double 42, you know that, right? You see, I'm a double 42, right? You know that, right? See that?
Right. 84.
What does that say? What does that say? Let me know. You might be able to tell us. What does that say? Double 42.
Sky Raider 84.
Well, anyways, hey, I just wanted to say, I just wanted to stop by, man. I have some crew members out there monitoring the DX, and they're like, "Hey, man, go jump on Big Dogs and just say hi and maybe give them your perspective of optics and play."
Hey man,
So,
if you know about sports, man, come back, man. Come back to Big Dog Sports, and if you want to, you come over there to Gospel of Bob. You know what I'm saying? Come join us over there.
Yeah, someone just sent me I've heard of them and seen them around. Someone just sent me the link to them. So yeah, I'll definitely stop by. You're more welcome to play the video I dropped in the back, and it will give you the mental image of the iconic ritualistic of America, and then and we know the transition, what's happening on a bigger level with Russia, China, Yellowstone, like even natural shit, like with again, transition of powers in the world, and we have big media relations, and WWE, WWF, let's just be real, are the biggest pogo out there for years. Privately owned, government operated, ran by a private family, the McMahon family, but it's so big in media relations, they're government operated, So
so you don't think the movie industry is the biggest pogo?
I think no, absolutely. It's a web of mini pogos. It's a web of and it could be very small channels to huge channels to celebrities to companies to big tech. Yeah.
Hey, Snafu. This is Art. My name is Art, man. I want to ask you a question real quick. Since did you leave?
No, I'm here.
No, he's there.
I'm here.
He wants to know how you find out about Gospel Bob in this channel.
No, that's not what I was about to ask. I wanted to ask him a wrestling question. I'll ask him that next. But no, you were saying something about the what was that? You said he didn't have the body, the guy that got the 2x4, right?
Yeah,
Jim Duggan. Yeah, Jim Duggan.
Jim Duggan. Yeah. Okay, I was wondering. I always had this theory in my head. Do you think Ultimate Warrior would have been a bigger star in wrestling had he had like the on-camera presence? Was able to speak, and because he didn't really speak properly, or you know what I mean? He didn't have that swag for the camera.
Absolutely, the Ultimate Warrior. Well, one, it was big money, and he couldn't if you look at over the years, he did put he kind of did what's his name did with the belt. Who was it? Jeff Jarrett, where he held Vince McMahon up on a pay-per-view for money. Before he would show up. Ultimate Warrior pulled that shit quite a bit, apparently in the past 80s, 90s, with many of the talent. So obviously, someone working with it, but that's another ritual optics. Think about him. He was into the again, he came into the Hall of Fame, right? And did his Hall of Fame thing, and everyone knows.
Died,
and he died just right after. Yes, sir. And again, there's optics of, and again, and we got to look at, are some of these people being changed into something else? Because like the whole Robin Williams thing, blah blah, people have pretty good evidence to show some of these people preparing for transition powers because they're so rich and they can disappear off this world, or are there ritualistic deaths involved to promote the messaging of a beast system world that most people don't see, but these big tech people, Hollywood, can see? I think Ultimate Warrior, in the end, he was hard to work with. From the people I've talked to personally and the people I've known over the years, he was
and he sucked doing promos. Like
he really didn't have any good in-ring skills, so to speak. He wasn't a technical wrestler. He wasn't.
No.
He wasn't.
Nobody liked working with the Ultimate Warrior. He couldn't wrestle. All the Ultimate Warrior really had was a body. He had a great body.
And Vince McMahon knew that. Vince McMahon Jr. knew that, because the fact that he held up the WWE on multiple events, just like Jeff Jarrett, when Jeff Jarrett demanded a couple million, he had the belt and didn't want to show up to the pay-per-views. Ultimate Warrior pulled that shit multiple times. So I think he just, they want someone they could control too. Someone who's going to fall in line.
Company man.
That's why they use The Rock, huh?
Yeah. Why do you think you see fucking John Cena prancing around naked doing ritualistic humiliation rituals, on TV awards? But John Cena is one of the biggest, and John Cena, even his skill set. Like I said, I got to say, Chris Benoit, Kurt Angle, them motherfuckers who actually have the technical wrestling down, some of the best in the world, right? And just
Brock Lesnar.
Brock Lesnar. Right. Well, Brock Lesnar, Epstein optics. Vince McMahon. Brock Lesnar likes to get golden showers now. You think about it.
Okay, I understand that. I'm talking about the fighting part, though. He actually could fight. He was in UFC and all. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Brock Lesnar. It's right.
And if you look at wrestlers back in the 80s, 90s to what they are now, like the actual physique has changed because I guess the clout of what is accepted through fans, subscribers, and viewers has changed. Because think about early 90s, 80s, Arnold Schwarzenegger, the muscle building, the steroid, it was a big thing
Sylvester
in the 80s, 90s. Yeah, exactly.
It's all about how good your body looked. Well, now you have people like John Moxley who don't have a body at all. You understand what I'm saying? They seem to be at the top of the chain.
Exactly, dude. You got like the Matt Hardy, the Hardy Boy bodies, it's transition of time, and then media relations, including wrestling, has to go in line with, what the money is, with the new the world of how they accept media relations. But anyways, guys, I'm gonna go. I don't want to take too much of your show, man. I'm watching it.
You're
good
fine.
Stuff, dude.
Thank you for your input, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Eric,
I appreciate you guys
up here, Eric. All right, thank you, Snafu, man. I appreciate your time.
You guys are more welcome to check out my channel too, Crew 101. You guys are more welcome to come by.
Post it in the chat. Post it in the chat.
I put it in your backstage. I put that video in your backstage. Okay. So, you guys are more welcome to watch that shit, because when you see it, I clipped a lot of American history, linked, and think icon, the idol, Hulk Hogan, what he stands for, and just think there's a lot of things beneath the layers with the WWE, the Trump administration, and what's happening in the world. And we saw three celebrities go down. They always go in threes: Jamal, Ozzy, and then the big one, Hogan. The big one. It's always, smaller, then bigger, then biggest. And that's what we witnessed.
The biggest, right.
Yep. Yeah. So, and again, and even with the Ultimate Warrior, like we mentioned, as soon as he got his, some of these are humiliation rituals. Some of them are just rituals in general. And the WWE brought him back after how many years of being excommunicated, and then within a week after his, Hall of Fame appearance, he's gone. Or,
Right.
So, there's a lot of optics to these celebrities. So that's all I got to say, man. And fuck that cupboard, by the way. He's a piece of shit. The optics are high.
I know it. At least we all agree on that. We all agree on that. So
Yes, sir. And I think you do have the. Yeah, you do got. I'll put it one more time in your backstage, and there you go, buddy.
Yeah, I just
All right,
put
man.
it in the regular chat too for anybody who want to look at it. It's
Okay,
in the
cool.
chat too. But thank
Cool,
you,
cool.
man.
And I don't know, like, I don't know if
time.
you have share. I don't know if you have share screen capabilities or not, but you're more welcome to play it here too live if you want. So.
Okay, yeah. It seems like every time I try to share my screen when I'm live, it crashes my little notebook. So maybe Skywalker could do it for me. You know what I'm saying? When you have the time, Skywalker, maybe you could share your screen.
You know who is another one we forgot to mention? Owen Hart.
Yeah, man. Owen Hart.
Owen Hart
was a great technical wrestler too. You damn right.
Owen
Hart was the man.
Owen Hart. Yep. And so rip to a lot of these people. You know, there's a lot of very interesting optics, as I gotta say. And again, the wrestling world is it's the biggest pogo there is because it's privately owned, family, government operated, and it's the show where we could broadcast the ads, the marketing, the subliminal messages through ritualistic optics, through characters made, through scripts and so forth. So again, it's Hollywood / entertainment / real world. So very interesting day today.
That's a very good take, Snaffle. I appreciate your take. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good day, guys.
All right, you too, man. Hey, Laconic, you need to bring your ass up here. I see you in the comments just naming wrestler after wrestler after wrestler. So that tells me that you know some wrestling around here. Oh, okay, you gotta go to work. I dig it, man. But I would love to hear all of y'all takes on how y'all feel about the death of Hulk Hogan. And if you have any Hulk Hogan stories you would like to share, I would be interested in listening to that too. Because yeah, this is a big deal, man. This is a big, huge deal. Like Hulk Hogan was a cultural icon. And I see Mr. Zach, I hate to give him any airtime, but he was streaming about Hulk Hogan too, trying to, act like he was like he predicted this. But that's another story for another time. That part, Gimpy. Hulkamania will run wild. Hey man, listen. I was a Hulk Hogan fan, and I'm not gonna cap. I was a Hulk Hogan fan. I used to say prayers and eat vitamins as a kid. So, like, yeah, Hulk Hogan going down, that's a big, huge loss for the country and for the wrestling business as a whole. And thank you guys again for coming to support. I'm not going anywhere. I just want to say thank you. Like, share, subscribe, Cash App on the bottom of the screen. All donations are appreciated. And, be in the building today. This Big Dog Sports, and I'm BD, man, and we in the building today. And it's crazy work, man. Crazy work.
Stone Cold the GOAT, man. Sorry about Hogan.
You think Stone
Cold the GOAT? Yes. Sorry about
Stone
Hogan.
Cold, your GOAT.
Doesn't mean it doesn't. See, you know this better than anybody. You should know. You know sports. Just because you put something on the map doesn't mean you're the GOAT. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
You feel me? So he could. Hogan and them probably put it on the map, but when Stone Cold Steve out, he just changed the whole. Like this shit went beer trucks in the thing. You know what I'm saying? Spraying beer everywhere, cans everywhere, all kinds of shit. You know what I mean? He just brought it. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's just my favorite.
Stone Cold was the man. Listen, Stone Cold is a lot of people's favorite wrestler. I can't even knock you on that. Like Stone Cold at his peak, the Austin 316.
Yes, sir. The Stone Cold Stunner. Stun his ass.
Yeah, the stunner. Right, that's right. Stun his ass. Right. Listen, Stone Cold was the man, but for me, my GOAT in wrestling is Ric Flair. But that's just me, But Stone Cold, listen, I can't argue with Stone Cold. I can't argue with it. Like Stone Cold was the man. And at his peak, he was definitely the man. Austin 316 was everything. And he had one of the great one of the great entrances of all time.
Yeah,
you see what breaking.
You see what Gippy wrote in the comments, Gippy? Yeah, he was a redneck. So that don't mean nothing.
Felon.
So what?
But see, Gimpy aligned with me. He's with Rick. He's on the Ric Flair team. See, because Ric Flair's Michael. Personally, like
Yeah.
Ric Flair. Yeah, Ric Flair was that dude. The whole
See that?
limousine
But
riding,
listen,
jet
that
flying.
you want me to keep it real? Like I
What's
knew,
that?
like I can't name a lot of them now, but Stone Cold is one of the reasons why I used to watch it all the time. You know what I mean? And then when he started
Right.
breaking down, it kind of was. I kind of went to like John Cena and The Rock and them people like that. I just didn't like it after that no more. You know what I mean? They turned it too commercial to me, like a cartoon,
Right.
because everybody
Yeah.
knows it was fake. Everybody knows it was
Yeah.
fake, as in the script. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, like you said earlier, yeah, some of that shit, like you remember when Roddy Piper said, "Oh, you think it's fake," and started beating up the whatchamacallit, you know what I mean? So
Right.
it's
Yeah. He
not all the
slapped the
way
shit
fake, but
out
it's
of
fake for
Bill
the most part.
Maher.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
he was on Bill Maher's show, and Bill Maher said, wrestling fake. He was like, "Oh, you think it's fake?" And he grabbed him and he hit him in the chest. He's like, "Did that feel fake? Did that feel
You
fake?"
remember
Yeah, Roddy Piper was he was a wild dude, boy. I loved
yeah.
Roddy Piper. Roddy Piper was the man.
Rip
You remember
Roddy
when
Roddy Piper
Hogan
Piper.
was
Hey,
the man.
hey, remember Roddy Piper did the They Live documentary, or so to speak, and he went out and talked about the quote Illuminati, and then 2 weeks later, he got killed or dead. Rip Roddy Piper, another great one. Uh,
Right.
Ric Flair's interview with TMZ is in your backstage. Ric Flair did an interview with
Okay.
TMZ, talking about his optics on Hogan's death, and then there is footage.
Yeah.
I don't have it right this second of Hogan being on the stretcher with all the paramedics working on him. So that footage is leaking
Really?
out right now. Oh yeah, like I said, this is what I do for a
Oh
living,
wow.
dude. So we get all that shit. So there is, I think it's floating around on TikTok right now. The actual footage, yeah, when he was being wheeled out of his apartment and on the stretcher, and the EMTs were working on him, that footage is starting to leak out. I'm sure it'll hit Twitter, Facebook within the next few hours if it hasn't already hit.
Hey, where y'all
Oh,
think
okay.
they're
Well,
gonna
thank
have the
you for that,
funeral at?
Snafu.
Do what?
The funeral, where you think it's gonna be at?
Ain't he from
That,
Florida?
who
I thought
knows?
Hulk Hogan
Yeah,
lived in
that's what I'm
Florida.
asking. Because if it's here, I'm gonna go to it. Let me see if I
Yeah,
can
who knows?
go
I know.
online.
You ought to go to the all you people out there, Hulk Hogan merchandise, fucking get it now.
Yeah.
Get it
Right.
now. Get the
Because it's
merchandise
about
now.
to be worth a lot of money, right?
Yeah,
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 well,
it's about to be worth some shit now.
it has to
yeah,
be some
in
real
a few
vintage
years.
shit though.
Yeah. I don't know the funeral, and like I said, when you look at the background history too, because he had a lot of issues, like with Brooke Hogan. They
Mm-hmm.
haven't talked in 8 years plus. Uh, because of optics, family optics. So like his main family, like the Linda Hogan. But see, again, some of these optics are almost like told to you before things happen. Because what happened just 2 weeks ago, Linda Linda Hogan, I should say, his ex-wife, all of a sudden started
Yeah.
doing interviews, doing reminiscence about Hogan, right? And this was like what 2-3 weeks ago when she started. No one heard from Linda Hogan for years. Like she hasn't been in public's eye for years. Then 2 weeks ago, all of a sudden she's doing interviews and it's hitting on YouTube and getting in the algorithms, and she's reminiscing and telling her story of why her and Hogan are no longer together. And then 2 weeks later, after her optics hit the mainstream media, all of a sudden this happened. Like I said, there's a lot of optics you got to look at when these things happen.
For sure. Yeah,
And
man.
the Rick,
And thank you
yeah,
for the links. I
yeah, the Ric Flair
appreciate that.
interview, yeah, is
I'm
back
gonna
there. So,
get Skywalker to post them for me because I put them on my computer. It's gonna crash it. So when
okay,
Skywalker come back, I'm gonna have him share his screen so we
for
can
sure,
watch it.
for sure,
And
for sure,
thank you,
yeah.
Sam, for the info, man. Thank you so
If I
much.
do get the footage, because like I said, I had it earlier this morning of the EMTs working on Hogan.
Right.
Fans grab their phones, so the footage is leaking around right now. But yeah, definitely a somber day, so to speak, but nothing new under the sun when it comes to these
Yeah,
things. So,
this is true. Gimpy,
all right,
man,
man.
what's going on with you, brother? Thank you, Snafu. Thank you for everything. I appreciate that.
I just came
What's
up
going
here
on with you, brother?
Skywalker. Oh, I came up here to tell Skywalker the reason why he thinks Stone Cold is the GOAT is because it takes a felon to know a felon.
Right. Stone Cold, definitely a felon.
I get it. You identify with the wrestler that the most resembles your persona. I personally think Hogan
Stone Cold was the man.
Are my guys.
I give him like Stone Cold at his peak.
And also, all those guys.
I rock with Stone Cold. Stone Cold.
By the way, I'm not knocking anybody and your beliefs about how the whole world works. I don't really care about anybody's view on that, to be fair. But all those guys you talked about, the reason why they all got passed over is because they wouldn't play ball with Vince McMahon the way he wanted you to be a wrestler. Vince McMahon had when he took over WWE from his father and he bought them all out and he turned it into this big industrial complex for wrestling that he had planned. You had to fit a specific mold, period. You had to be willing to get jacked up steroids. You had to be willing to lather yourself up and do these most ridiculous moves that were high risk, low reward, so that he could write crazy plot lines for you. And he expected, and I'm sorry, Hogan is the only guy who was willing to do it from that lot. They were telling you all the stories of all the revolt, but all these guys still worked till the day they dropped dead for McMahon. So, sorry.
I mean, Vince McMahon, he cornered the market.
Sorry, what were you saying? I had a delay.
I said Vince cornered the market.
Right, but then even that, when he had competition, the competition failed at doing its job. WCW just sold out when they got big enough. TNA never did the right thing by their wrestlers, so it couldn't grow. And
double 42.5.
Right, all their stars. Look, felon.
Okay, now here's a dude that I've been waiting. Here's the dude that I've been waiting for to have this conversation. Vic Vegas. I've been wanting to have a wrestling conversation with you for a very long time.
No midgets allowed, brother. Tap in the sky. No midgets allowed. You gotta be 4 feet tall to get in this stream, brother. Like, you guys don't know. I live next door to this dude. He got like feet like this. They dangle. It's like the little kid in the high chair and shit.
Man, why you laugh? You sit up here laughing. I'm trying to get throw away clothes.
Have one of them. Have one of them share it because I can't share it. I'm on my phone.
Do you have a link? Do I
the video? Give
it's in the chat.
BD the video. BD.
That YouTube.
Yeah, I post the link in the chat.
Hold on.
Yeah, I put it in the chat.
Hold on, Jesus Christ.
I put it in there again though. I put
it one more time, BD. Say it one more time, BD.
I said I will put the link in the chat.
I will rule you. Greatest movie ever. Ready to Rumble. Well, not ever, but still.
They asking how tall I am, Gimpy. Thanks, man.
Here, share my. You see now to present. Like, click on the extra screen so you can present it for me. Like, bring it.
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
Yeah. So click on it to add it to the.
Do I add it to stage?
Yes, you add it to stage, sir. Correct. Now, hold on.
I'm so sorry. This must hit you profoundly.
More than you'll ever know.
They were best friends.
People
that's Ric Flair.
Wanted to hate us.
Ric Flair reacted.
Enemies, but we were actually very, very close friends, and we kept it up with each other on a regular basis. So I just talked to Jimmy Hart yesterday, and he was fine. To have this happen is just horrible.
How did you get the news? I'm so sorry, Rick. I am so sorry.
Oh, I've gotten it from everybody, man. Won't stop.
Yo, BD, you ever meet Flair?
In person, as a kid, yes.
Oh, so I met him as a kid, sure, but I met him as an adult. I met him here in DC.
Yeah, I never met him as an adult, but I got his as a kid when I was 8 years. I met Ric Flair at the Omni in Atlanta.
That's
I was
cool.
8 years old. My dad had took us to a wrestling event. Matter of fact, if you ever heard of the Great American Bash,
Oh yeah,
it was
most
the Great
definitely.
American Bash.
Oh, nice.
I met Ric Flair as a kid,
Dude, my
and I got an
introduction
autograph from him.
was 3 because I had a friend who was super into it, had all the action figures, Junkyard Dog and shit.
Right.
Mhm.
But like, dude, so he is authentically who he is in real life, Ric Flair. Like, I met him off the
Right.
convention
Def-
show.
definitely.
Like, I met him at the bar after the show. That like, or not the bar. Where was it? The hotel lobby or some shit. He was just chilling there, man. He's a very chill guy, Ric Flair. Very chill guy.
Yeah,
And
Ric
that's a
Flair is
good
very
thing
humble.
because everybody
His
is saying
character
something nice
was very flamboyant,
social
but
media.
his person is very humble.
Yeah, he's like he's such a nice guy, dude, and he gives all the glory up to everyone. Like he thanks he thanks like 27 people when he walks into a room. Like he literally thanked every person between him and the front desk walking away.
I ain't trying to crack no jokes, but who legitimized PIMP more than Ric Flair?
He was the original pimp.
Yeah,
Thank
nobody.
you.
He's the original pimp. Right.
Like you can't even say it
Yeah,
without
Ric
adding.
Flair's the original pimp.
Most definitely. So
Yeah, Ric Flair's the
I'm
original pimp.
I'm just I got the news when you flashed it in the other stream, BD. What happened to him? Was it like an accident or did
He died
go
of cardiac arrest.
Yeah,
Cardiac
dude, but
arrest.
how many, like also he wasn't healthy. He has a lifetime of steroids, and how many jabs did he get? Dude, he wasn't young.
Right. I mean,
pretend
Hey
like
Vic,
he's
do you got a Hulk Hogan story you would like to share, Vic?
Oh,
I know you a big wrestling guy. I've been waiting for you to come up here
except for
to talk some wrestling.
except for how he them values he instilled in us as young kids. You know what I'm saying? Eat your vitamins and say your prayers. You know what I mean? Other than that, it was a hell of a ride just to sit back and witness, pro wrestling back then. Cause see, back then, Kansas City was a mecca for a lot of talent back then. You had the Natural Butch Reed, you had Cowboy Bob,
and Memphis
Cowboy
too.
Bob. Yep. That was back before Vince opened his wallet and basically combined all the territories. You know what I mean? So yeah, it was a thing to witness that. And plus,
dude,
you know what I'm saying?
I hate that you say it like that. That's not what happened, man. You know that's not what happened, dude. He ran the only profitable show. Let's give the man credit. If the man ran the only profitable show, the only one, and then bought all the unprofitable ones and gave them all. I mean, he's an asshole. I'm not giving Vince like he's some nice guy. He's a cutthroat psychopath,
right?
But like, dude. He won the wrestling wars. That dude straight whatever did it for him. I'm not going to say that Snafu's theory is wrong or whatever. I'm just saying, like, however it plays out, that dude crushed his competition. And then over
for sure. So I will let you guys know that there are reports of what the cardiac arrest is, what happened. Jim Cornette 2 weeks ago. So this is what's weird about this situation. You guys remember the porn video leak tape, Hogan's best friend that he got involved in? You guys remember all that?
Yeah.
Remember Hogan's best friend, the porn tape? Okay, so anyways, like a few days ago, the best friend guy did, or a while back, last week, did a podcast saying that Hulk Hogan could be brain dead, that he had 2 surgeries, and the second surgery, he was like on his deathbed. Jim Cornette, which I put in your backstage less than 28 days ago, did a podcast talking about Hogan on his deathbed. And then of course Jim Cornette and them were kind of just
is the key to our
Jim Cornette and them were kind of just mockingly joking, like, well, we don't know if it's true or don't know what, whatever. So there probably is something to the surgeries that he had recently, which obviously cardiac arrest, because people close to him were saying that he was like brain dead on his deathbed before. So these reports were already coming in of health issues. almost a month ago. You know, and here's Jim Cornette talking about it.
Dude, but to be fair, Hogan
okay, yeah, let it play.
My internet.
Okay, well, he was talking, man. Relax.
But anyway, Brian, what is it?
Hold on, before y'all play this
indeed
video,
you do know any more than I.
Pause it real quick. Before y'all play this video, I just want to give the audience some context. For those who don't know who Jim Cornette is, Jim Cornette was the original manager for the Midnight Express, and he's a big wrestling name. Like Jim Cornette is wrestling for real. Like he's a big name in wrestling. But okay, y'all play the video.
I do about apparently Bubba the Love who has in the past been friends with, of course, with Hulk Hogan, but after a series of events, they probably don't speak a lot anymore. But he was telling everybody this past week that Hogan was on his deathbed. Pray for him. The time has come. Uncle Bean is near death, and we're all going to get an orange grove in California.
The one that got my attention was, saying that Hulk Hogan was about to die. And I was like, whoa, that came out of nowhere. And then a couple other people said,
Well, actually, I mean, he's 70-something years old. So, I mean, we could hear that any day. It's not like it's, oh, my God, he's in the prime of life. But still.
Every Monday, he screams at me to buy his beer while a falcon or something flies by. So we didn't hear anything about that. And, as I start looking into what's going on, then I see that the source is Bubba the Love Sponge, former best friend of Hulk Hogan. They had a bit of a falling out when Bubba was taping Hulk Hogan secretly have sex with his wife. The sex wasn't secret. The taping was.
I was about to say, now you worded that in a somewhat unwieldy fashion because he was secretly taping him publicly fucking her. Well, it wasn't actually. That's not because it wasn't in public. It was in their but it was public knowledge. Well, it wasn't public knowledge. It was knowledge in the house, and but it was secretly taped. It was only supposed to be a house show. There was never supposed to be a recording of this. That's why Hogan didn't put on his best performance.
That's right, free use fornication of some sort there. But Bubba the Love Sponge apparently went on his show this past week and said that he had a source. Let me see if there's an original article here.
Okay, I'll play it again in a sec. I just want to point out that no matter what happens next.
Yeah, that's crazy.
This
work
dude's
right
credibility is a massive question mark. He already showed he has no scruples, right? Like by his own demonstration, he backstabbed his own friend with a tape, right? So again, I'm not saying anybody's right or wrong, but from a purely rational standpoint, whatever this guy says is for clicks, man. It's content. You're a creator now. You know how you approach it when you.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, Jim Cornette is a creator now, for sure.
Like I can't take this as fact, even if it is the way it's being presented to me. It's content. It's for clicks. This guy.
I have the TMZ article saying it's not happening, but.
Well, yes, the denials came soon after, but people were somewhat up in arms at the time, thinking he had gotten some type of tropical malaria or something and was literally hooked up to machinery.
Apparently, Bubba said, allegedly, Hogan is in the hospital, and I heard people say he may not make it. The source was pretty darn reliable, in his own words. However, Hulk Hogan's people spoke to TMZ. I have an article here. Hulk Hogan deathbed rumors bogus, brother. At hospital for neck and back issues. Hulk Hogan is not on his last legs. TMZ Sports is told the WWE legend was hospitalized to address lingering neck and back issues this week, but he is by no means on his deathbed. The speculation started when local radio guy...
Okay, so again, you are a brand as a human being, right? What are they supposed to say here? It's a Kafka trap.
Yeah.
Do you understand what this is? This is a Kafka trap. If they say nothing, then their silence means they're hiding something. If they say their denial means they're hiding something. No matter what they say, they're hiding something because everybody who's positing this framing, right? Everybody who's taking this stance, they need it to be true that there's a conspiracy or what they're saying has no value other than lying for content. right? Like, dude, I've done this for like 5 years, producing shows, working behind the scenes with content creators. And it's not about like trying to blow up anybody's grift. A lot of people are very honest and want to do a good job and inform their audiences. Like you, for example, right? Like you want to have honest discussion and interaction with your audience. There's nothing malicious, but dude, you still just make content. You focus on things. Hogan, because yes, Hogan's easy, but from a speculative perspective, he's an icon. He's easy to talk about. He just died, right? It's popping content for the moment. Yeah. It'll get you clicks in the algorithm and everything. And then it even has evergreen content because people are going to want to look at stuff from when he died and conspiracy theories. And you had the kid up here talking about all that stuff and whatever. So it's good content, and it even has some evergreen value. But the reality is,
right? Hey, are you familiar with Vince Russo, Gimpy?
No. Should I be?
You've never heard of Vince Russo? Well, no. He's another dude like Jim Cornette. Like he comes on YouTube. I think he was a wrestler. He was a booking agent for the WWE and WCW.
That guy. You know what it was? I always had close friends who were super duper wrestling fans. Like my neighbor for a decade, who I was super tight with, this lawyer guy. His favorite thing on earth was wrestling. So I knew all these back deal, right? Because he's a lawyer and he knows all this back end stuff. Then guys hanging out with guys like Vic, they teach me. I myself am a casual wrestler, right? I enjoy watching the matches. In the 90s, I was big into it because I was a teenager and everything. I love that era. That's my favorite era, even though Hogan and Flair are my favorite guys.
It's my favorite era too.
But the reality is I'm a casual compared to y'all in that when I know a ton because I'm friends with wrestling fans and they talk about it a lot, but I'm talking from content, man. Like there is so much out there and you have to compete with so much. It becomes without you realizing it. This is clickbait. This is they're going to talk about, it's all supposition. He's going to say, and then you have to decide whether the guy who sold out his friend with a sex tape is honest and not trying to get trends for clicks, and then that a 77-year-old man dying randomly of a heart attack is some sort of conspiracy. Because before the internet, like 40 years ago when I was a kid, if a 77-year-old man died of a heart attack, pretty much was most likely he died of a heart attack, like the general consensus of the public. You didn't worry about, was it some conspiracy, was it this and that? Maybe we were wrong, maybe we were naive, maybe snafu guys are right. Like I'm not making a statement about any of that. I'm just saying from a content perspective, this is just all clickbait.
Damn, that's horrible though. My goodness.
I mean, it would be horrible if that's the case. That's fucked up. That you're really doing stuff like that with people, playing with people, playing in people's face like that. Yeah. That's pretty not cool at all. That's
like, dude, a lot of this, if it was real the way that everyone thinks it is today, dude, they've been lying to us.
Mr. Gimpy, the kid here who does know who Vince Russo is, right? The kid here who's giving you the hey, Gimpy, you cupcake, listen. I know who Vince Russo is. You don't. I know what's going on. You don't. I could tell your optics of trying to discredit the optics here. Now, what's funny is I put in the stage the kid here is educating your ass. If you don't even know who Vince Russo is, if you don't even know who Vince Russo is, if you don't even know who Vince Russo is, the kid is educating your ass, okay?
Guys.
No. People like this are hater cupcake predators. They try and discredit people without any optics of their own. This guy's full of shit. He has nothing that he knows nothing about. Now, what's funny is I put in your backstage, Eric Bischoff and all of them knew Hogan might pass any day. All right, so it's shocking the media and all you fucktards out there want to act like, oh, we didn't know. If you actually do your research, Mr. Gimpy, you would find the optics are in your face, pal. That's from the kid. That's from the kid. The kid educating you. So my conspiratorial optics, at least I come with evidence or optics to it. You just start spitting shit out. You're spitting shit out. And when he asked you, do you know Vince Russo? and you're like, should I know who Vince Russo is? You obviously have no clue in the wrestling industry. So it's funny how you have no clue who some of the biggest characters. If it wasn't for Vince Russo, the NWO wouldn't even exist, right? Eric Bischoff wouldn't even fucking be around, right? With WCW. Now, what's funny is in your backstage, there's more optics of them knowing Hogan's health, including Bischoff, and then the guy I talked to you about, the porn guy. They knew Hogan was in a bad situation. All right, so many people are shocked, but not. Some of these people aren't shocked. Remember, Bischoff is very close to Hogan towards the end of the days. And so I'm sure Bischoff will have a lot to say about this. But if you do your research, Gimpy Gumpy, without just opening your yapper, the kid might educate you. The optics are high.
Dude, you have not demonstrated a conspiracy in any way. You've demonstrated a 77-year-old man was old and dying. You don't understand what you're even saying when you try and chin check me because you're so defensive. You think I'm trying to disprove your conspiracy. I don't care about your conspiracy. All you're doing is proving what I'm saying to be true, is that he was 77 years old. He was old, he was sick, and he was dying. And you keep coming up here saying people knew he was sick and he was dying because of previous things, and it's some sort of conspiracy. Again, I start with my original question. If my life was a brand, the people who are protected by that brand will do everything to protect it. So, of course, they will tell you everything is fine and no one should worry because they don't want the money to stop. But again, that's not a conspiracy. That's business. So when you show me that there was a marketed conspiracy and you pull me out a Jesuit or whatever, an Illuminati, I will believe you. I am not telling you you are wrong. I am telling you you haven't proven it yet. And everything you say as proof only demonstrates the man was old. Some people close to him knew. They knew he had health issues and he might pass soon because they were getting serious. That is normal, everyday things for someone who is 77 years old. I don't care if you're famous.
He was 71, Gimpy.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. 71 is also exceptionally young.
No, I know. It's very young. Okay, I want to get there.
It's 75. I'm just saying, like, all you're showing, he was old and he died, and some people saw it coming. That's not a conspiracy. What I'm saying here is turning these interactions into conspiracies is clickbait. Wow. Come back.
Yeah, I could go with that. Turning a tragedy into clickbait. That's not a good thing.
What's Hulk Hogan's wife's name? She been in some crap.
Sky, I believe. You talking about his first wife or his current wife?
I guess the lady that he with now. Well, he remarried, right?
Her name is Sky, I believe. Yeah, he remarried. I think his wife's name is Sky. Let me look it up for you, just so I can have my information right.
I got a Linda Hogan.
And for y'all, that was his first wife.
That's Brooks' mama, right? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, so he got another one after her. All right. Well, shoot. No.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan was married 3 times. He was married to Linda Claridge, Jennifer McDaniel, and his current wife is Sky Daly.
Wow.
So he's been married 3 times.
So was it the middle wife or was it the new one that they caught on the tape? Did they specify that?
Well, he just sent Snafu just sent a link. I'm gonna put it in the chat and maybe Gimpy could play it for us.
What?
Yeah, in the back chat. I'm gonna copy it.
Oh, is there another one?
Yeah, I'm gonna copy it.
All right. I mean, dude, if there's
I'm gonna copy it for you.
If he can show me the Jesuit, right? Like, for lack of a better word, I'm not gonna believe him. You know what I mean? Like, dude, I'm not. I know you're laughing, but I'm not being disrespectful to him. You're making him think I'm trying to diss him by laughing at it. It's the way you understand.
I just was coming up with other ways to rephrase that phrase, and I was like, "Yeah, we could run with that."
There you go, Gimp.
Let's jump the Jesuit. No, this way.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if that's the case, I'm more than happy to believe it. It's
I mean,
just
we're just having fun, man.
Yeah,
We're just having fun. You know, I like a little bit of war every once in a while. But this the link in the chat.
I got it.
You
I'm
pull
working
that up.
on
I'd appreciate it.
Hold on.
And for everybody that's here, thank you for coming. I appreciate all y'all support. You know, like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App if you can. And let's get to it, man. This Big Dog Sports, and I'm your boy BD, man. We in here today. We in here.
Yeah, we don't have to sit down and map out because we need to try that, man.
Okay,
I'd
see
like
it,
to have somebody else talking on what I do besides myself sometimes.
He's still in the hospital. He is in no
Oh
way,
yeah,
shape,
Vic,
or
I'm a
form,
wrestling
and
guy,
anytime
bro.
soon be able to get out of the hospital. My sources are telling me that they're concerned about the mental damage, brain damage that has happened while Hogan has been struggling to breathe. And his problem is his lungs are so weak that they at one time had him on a ventilator. I don't know that he's still on a ventilator. I don't know that to be true. But when you've gone long periods of time with not being able to expel carbon dioxide, it creates fogginess, non-alertness, and potentially brain damage. So Hogan is foggy. It's quickly turned into a very serious situation. They went in a month ago. They went in and took Hogan in a month ago. And yes, it initially was complications from this neck and back deal. Then it was this heart valve concern. Now it's turned into a pulmonary brain issue. And if I'm lying,
you're not lying. This is your opinion based on information you're being told. But if you need to be corrected, then let us know.
Yeah, exactly. I'm giving you the information that I've been given.
Yes.
And here's the deal. If my information is incorrect, I will gladly correct it. I will read any statement from any of Hogan's counsel stating where I'm wrong and what I need to say and what is the truth. You still on?
So there you go. Again, all that demonstrates is that the people who are financially
that's Vince Russo.
No, I understand that. Again, that doesn't demonstrate some grand conspiracy. It demonstrates that the people who are financially invested in Hogan staying alive are protecting his image until they can anymore. That's very normal behavior for someone in that position. Look what they did to Bruce Willis. I'm just saying,
Is Bruce Willis still alive? I thought he.
Pat, but before he died, they made him make all those movies while he was losing his marbles. While he was sick and getting sicker, instead of letting him rest and enjoy, they made him make as much money as possible. I don't agree with it, but it's not a big conspiracy. It's fucking greedy people who are financially relying on his brand, squeezing the last dimes out of it. How is this any different in terms of what it's telling me? It's not a conspiracy. Show me the Jesuit. I don't have another word for it. Show me the guy, the man behind the curtain. Pull the curtain back. Where is the link to something that isn't normal, everyday, commonplace business tactics for greedy people? Again, not condoning it, just pointing out that it occurs every day. You're going to have to give me more than what you're giving me to demonstrate a conspiracy, buddy.
After I heard it was a cardiac arrest, I dismissed it. Conspiracy. We know his history.
Zach will have some numbers theory to how it's tied to the cabal. It's every opportunity. Again, show me the Jesuit. It applies to all of them. The man behind the curtain is the only thing that makes a difference now. You all keep telling me you know the truth. Show it to me. You're just showing me things that imply other things. All they look like.
I'm not telling you nothing, Gimp. I ain't telling you
shit. But he can't feel all mad like I'm taking a responsibility. It's not. I don't care who he is. I didn't even notice he existed till he made me.
Yeah, I don't know about nothing. Or I came up here to talk about Hulk Hogan.
Dude, Hogan. I came up here to knock Skywalker.
Right, I know. Don't worry, Skywalker will be back for you, Gimpy. Believe that. Because, he's a fellow felon, like your boy Steve Stone Cold. So, he got to defend his people. And fuck the Cowboy Skywalker. I know you out there. Fuck them too.
Who your team?
You know, I'm a Giant. You know, I'm a Giant fan. That's what me and Gimpy, you know, we that's what we, you know, have in common. You know, I'm a diehard Giant.
People say they could have did Daniel Jones a little bit better by getting some line help for that.
Nah, fuck Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones a bum. But anyway, Vic, tell me, how long have you been watching wrestling?
Oh gosh, man, you're gonna make me reveal my age, man.
Dude, 2000 is not an age. It's an epic.
I had my uncles and actually my sister went to school with a lot of them, man. Like Cowboy Bob Orton actually tailgated her home when her car was running hot. Cowboy Bob
watching wrestling like I did.
Randy Orton's daddy. He went to Wyandotte High School in Kansas City, Kansas. And a lot of local, like Rufus R. Jones, all of them came from that era. Cowboy Bob Orton.
Oh, hold on, y'all. I'm sorry. Hold on. You go ahead, Vic. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Shoot, man. Most of my life, ever since, because I think that happened when I was probably about like 7 years old. So basically, a bulk of my life, I've been watching wrestling. You know, we like I said, Kansas City was a mecca. So we had people that we actually went to school with that jumped off into the WWE Farm Works program. So if you were involved in any small wrestling promotion at the slight ties to the WWE, because they always had their eyes on, WWF, because they always had their eyes on all of the little local talent. So basically all of my life, probably about with the exception of about 8 years, I've been in the wrestling.
Right.
Yeah,
well, you know, I grew up watching, like, I take it all the way back, Vic. Like, I watched world class wrestling. I watched AWA. I watched UWF. I watched Glow. Like, I watched the old WWF. Like, I could take it all the way back. I watched Memphis, Georgia Southern Wrestling, Florida Championship Wrestling. Like, I watched a lot of wrestling, bro. Like, a lot of wrestling.
You know, they had an independent wrestling channel on for free on Roku for a while. I don't know where it went, but you could tap on there. Any region that was active, you had access to.
Dude, a lot of those Roku channels went belly up. A lot of them. Yeah, because there was no monetization framework. They were going to build that after the fact. Like, they didn't have a plan.
Right. Yep. So yeah, I'm with you on that, because I find the ones that are trying to get to the spotlight, they give you a better showing. Kind of, you know what I mean? They trying to get to the WWE and the big leagues, and it seems like they give you a better performance when you see them in person. And plus, I kind of like going to little bingo halls or whatnot. It makes it a tad bit more personal, because rarely at the WWE, unless you get there early, you get to meet the stars. Well, in the regular wrestling, small promotions, they do an intermission and their stars come out and you get to get your autographs, buy their merch and all that stuff. So yeah, I'm a fan of wrestling before it turned into sports entertainment. So yeah, it was 50 years ago, Skywalker. I am an old man. So now what?
Yeah, hey, I'm an old man too. So like I said, I can go back.
I earned them. I earned these,
basically.
But yeah, this is it ain't no shocker. I thought it was something like something suspicious like Malcolm Jamal Warner or something like that. But no, 71, his history, yeah. You kind of gotta. It is what it is, you know. We got to celebrate his life.
Not for nothing, Hulk Hogan actually lived pretty long for a wrestler. Most wrestlers don't make it to 70.
Most steroid users
expire before they 50.
Dude, here we go. Steroid users don't make it to 70. Let alone habitual steroid user.
Just the mere fact he made it to 70 is a amazing considering all the stuff he pumped into his body. Like the fact that Ric Flair's 77 and he's still alive for all the stuff he pumped into his body.
He's
the fact
lucky
that he's still around is amazing.
Ric Flair is a unique exception. He's only up and around walking because other people made sure of it. He has people who really love him around him. Ric Flair, and they take care of him. They help him and they make sure he doesn't fuck himself anymore. Like, dude, like, let's not, like, Ric Flair is a very unique exception to the wrestling world as a whole in many, many ways.
Yeah.
I mean, Ric Flair, he's my goat. Like, Ric Flair, that's my guy.
I hate how Vince dog him out, though, with Ric Flair. Like, he should have let that Undertaker streak stand.
Vince didn't really care about
go out on a good note, man. Ric Flair went out on a bad note to me, man. He could have did. He could have did great one a little bit better on his departure. Huh?
But my thing is, Ric Flair shouldn't have been wrestling into his 70s anyway. Like, Ric Flair should have hung it up around 50.
He
55.
wanted to. I mean, by his own admission, many times.
Yeah, I know, but
very much wanted to be doing that. Like,
yeah, he wanted to wrestle, but I don't think it was wise for him.
I mean, I don't agree with
is what I'm saying.
To rest, but
yeah, so
because you look at the wrestlers now. Like, I was surprised to find out that Bobby Lashley and Shelton Benjamin are both 50 years old, and you look at them; they don't look like 50-year-old men.
They showed
like Bobby Lashley, 50 years old. He looks like he's 35. Shelton Benjamin, these guys look like they're 35, and both of them are 50. Like, they look incredible for 50-year-old men.
By now, a lot of them have been and hung it up by now because a lot of them were from their era have.
Right.
And some of them age terrible. Well, like, you can handpick the good ones, but then you can go and say, what about Batista? That's a guy who went to look like why you never do steroids example.
Right. He lost a lot of weight too, man. Batista looked
all his weight was roid. Dude, all his weight was roids. He was a complete roid. That's what, when you're 100% roids, that's what happens to you when you have to stop doing it. You shrink down to normal body.
Batista looked like a whole different person. He looked. That's exactly how Batista looked. Like, he took the air out of
the wrestlers.
I think the last time I saw him was on that Riddick movie. The last Riddick, that third one.
Nah, he was in the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yes, he sure was. Yep. After that, he sure was. Dang, he's small, but that's expected. But at least he got off the juice, or so it appears, because he's so small now. So
right,
that could be a positive thing. We all know how them things did. Chris Benoit, how he loped out.
He's another tragic. The whole Benoit family is a tragic.
Mm-hmm.
Dude,
the whole Benoit story is a tragedy.
The whole thing is tragic.
What happened with that was really crazy. That was crazy work with Chris Benoit. And it's sad because, Chris Benoit was a hell of a wrestler. Like, Chris Benoit was a really, really good wrestler.
Dude, he was like one of the most
sound and all that. Supposedly. Yeah, Chris Benoit was that guy. In terms of technical wrestling talent, Chris Benoit is definitely up there. Definitely.
I wasn't with that takeover
Hart too, like how you mentioned before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wasn't cool with that takeover, but Benoit, Malenko,
Dean Malenko, Eddie Guerrero.
They made that. They made it better. They made you stomach it better because they gave them a push immediately when they came over from WCW. So I was kind of cool with that. Dude, and you're right. He did.
Right. Yeah. The whole.
He was throat McMahon all the way down to when he sold it to UFC. To the very last day, he was such a cutthroat. They had to cut him out right at the end to make sure the deal goes through.
Mm-hmm. Wow. So BD,
I didn't know that either.
you remember when Jericho first came in, right?
Step away and let Triple H take over all the day-to-day and everything to ensure. I gotta go. I'll talk to you guys.
All right, much love, man.
All right, again. Thank you for coming.
You remember
and yeah, I remember when Chris Benoit first came.
No, I'm talking about Jericho.
I sure do.
Jericho, Chris Jericho.
Yeah, I'm talking about Jericho. Yeah, Y2J. Yeah, I remember when he first came to the WWE. Matter of fact, I watched Jericho in the WCW.
You remember the brother that was with him that used to dress up in black, Curtis Hughes? He from our area. He went to Washington High School in Kansas City. They used to call him
what was his name?
That Gotch Gracie, I think.
I can't think
because he was a spoof.
I can't think
but
of his name.
His real name was Curtis Hughes. Yeah, he from Kansas City, man. He went to Washington High School. He was actually on the on their football team, and we played against him. He went to school with my cousins that are of the same age of me. He's like 2 years older than us. And he didn't went on. Yeah, he's like two, maybe 3 years older than us. He went on to have a real good career in the independence after that little part in the WWE. So, like I said, I like to keep
Jericho
my eye on.
He's in AEW now. Jericho.
Yeah,
he's still out here. Jericho. He's in
AEW. I'm talking about Kurt Hughes. He's the longest NWA tag team co-champion holder. Him and somebody else was holding the belts for a grip. And I think all this stuff is tugging at the fabric of sports entertainment with WWE. And I think it's going to be a lot of money to be made because I think Babylon is falling. I mean, I love WWE. I grew up with it, but the last couple of years have been kind of hard to stomach, man. It's like they don't want to give the new talent a shot, and they want to just keep.
Well, the problem is it's too much new talent. Look at this. You got NXT, you got TNA, right? And you got like maybe 75 to 100 people between those two brands. And then you got the WWE, and then you got AEW, and then you got the whole ROH Ring of Honor thing, right? And then you got the whole Mexican leagues with the AAA and the CCLU.
New Japan.
New Japan Pro Wrestling. Like, it's just so much wrestling. Like, it's a lot to keep up with. Like, it's hard to keep up with it all.
Yeah.
Hey, Vic, speaking of wrestling, did you get to watch All In? The AEW
I saw the highlight. I've seen some highlights of it. I've been on Booker T's joint, man. He got a wrestling promotion, Reality of Wrestling.
I thought he was doing TNA. I see him on TNA all the time, Booker T.
Yeah, he
Matter
still
of fact,
got
the TNA champion. He reminds me of Booker T, the dude who holds the TNA belt now. His name Trick Williams. He's like Booker T 2.0. You ask me, he reminds me of Booker T, like to the T. Like, he looks like Booker T. He got Booker T hair. Like, he has the body like type of Booker T. Like, he's Booker T 2.0. Like, it's crazy.
Cause Booker got a feeder school for WWE. Reality of Wrestling. They got some good talent there too.
You ever heard of Joe Hendry?
What did he do?
Joe Hendry, he fought Randy Orton in WrestleMania. He was the TNA champion that fought Randy Orton.
Oh, okay, when they did
the last WrestleMania.
Yeah, I forgot that they're doing that cross brand thing with TNA because AJ Styles just went there for the first time.
Right, for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, for the first time. That's getting on.
But AJ Styles he's the GOAT of TNA. You ask me, AJ Styles is what made TNA.
Oh, he's most definitely. They've been trying to peel him from there for years, boy, and he wouldn't go. I don't know what made him go. Probably because TNA was falling a tad bit, but
like, I agree with the chat. I think Joe Hendry overrated. I've never seen a wrestler get put over though like how Joe Henry got put over in WrestleMania. Like I haven't heard a pop like that since Daniel Bryant beat Triple H at. You remember when Daniel Bryant beat Triple H at WrestleMania a few years back? That was the last time I've heard that kind of pop for a wrestler. The pop that Joe Henry got at WrestleMania, I haven't seen anything like that in years.
That's
like
the name
years.
I haven't heard in a while. Daniel Bryan, what he been up to? Last I heard of him, didn't he did a stint in AEW, right?
Yeah, my bad, Vic. I was lagging a little bit.
No, you all right, because it's storming here, so that's probably has something to do with it too. It's storming up here, so and I'm on the internet.
And crew, I agree with you. Big Van Vader does need to be in the Hall of Fame. Big Van Vader was a great wrestler for a big guy. Big Van Vader could actually wrestle. Yeah, Big Vader was the man. And he could wrestle for real. Like, he wasn't just a big dude that's just a big brute. Like, he could really wrestle.
He moved
his
like
size with that kind of wrestling ability.
Yeah, he moved like a I want to say a light heavyweight, and he was a super heavyweight, right? So yeah, that dude was bad.
Right. Yeah. Like him and Ric Flair had one of the greatest matches I ever seen.
Going into your territory in the Georgia South, man. What about the Von Erich's curse, man? How that tragedy just
Von Erich curse.
Yeah,
man, they couldn't win for losing. You know their grandkids is in the Ring of Honor right now.
No, who are they?
Kerry Von Erich's son wrestles in Ring of Honor right now. He's the trios champion with Dustin Rhodes and what's this dude? Sammy Guevara. Michael Von Erich. He's Kerry Von Erich's son.
Oh, okay. So what's
he
about?
The curse of the Von Erichs was pretty real though. Like all of them died, but Kevin was the only one. He's the only one left out of the original Von Erich crew. He's the only one. All the rest of them committed suicide. I think Kerry killed himself. David Von Erich killed himself. All of them like committed suicide. Kevin's the only one left.
Given what we know about what they call that CTI.
Bam Bigelow. I was reading in the chat. Somebody was saying Bam Bigelow. I don't know if you could put Bam Bigelow in the hall. Like, I'm for Bam Vader. But I don't know if Bam Bigelow did enough to be considered a Hall of Famer. That's just my personal opinion. I don't know.
He had a beef with one beef with Hogan, right? Then he had a beef with Hogan. Yeah, and it was very
Bam Bigelow had to do with the tattoos on his head.
Yeah,
he used to come into the ring with a fire suit. He had like a black suit that used to have flames on it and shit. And he had tattoos on his head.
Yeah,
like, I remember
by Macho Man and Steamboat's rivalry.
Right.
That was going on then at that time. So, heck yeah.
Hey, not for nothing, Macho Man and Steamboat had one of the greatest matches I've ever seen in life. That WrestleMania 3 match with Macho Man and Ricky Steamboat, that's a classic of classics right there.
I remember they came to Kansas City shortly after that, and they had a match, and Randy Savage, it was a steel cage match. I think Ricky Steamboat was holding on to the door, and Randy Macho Man Savage kicked him, and he opened the door and freed him. And I was like, this rivalry is on point, man. I was like, that's
that was a great match. And Random Tactical, I agree with that too. The trilogy between Ric Flair and Ricky Steamboat in the 90s, that was some of the greatest. That was the greatest trilogy other than I don't know if you remember this trilogy between Magnum TA and Tully Blanchard, but they had a great trilogy too. Like it culminated with the I Quit match at Starrcade. I think it was Starrcade 85 or Starrcade 86. It was an I Quit match between Magnum TA and Tully Blanchard. That match was off the fucking chain, bro. Like off the chain.
The first scalpel match back in the day on Starrcade?
Yeah, you talking about with the Road Warriors and the Midnight Express?
Hell yeah.
I remember that. I sure do. I sure do.
Man.
Yeah, you know they don't even want to do those kind of matches anymore. The scaffold matches, I haven't seen a scaffold match in forever.
Yeah, for real. That's probably one of the
last. I think they scared to do those kind of matches.
Yeah,
they
man.
scared to do those kind of matches.
Our childhood here now, buddy.
Right. I missed the whole War Games thing. You remember the War Games shit from the old NWA?
Dude, you know why none of that shit happens anymore that you're talking about that doesn't exist since the 90s, right? Because insurance won't insure them. Too many guys broke a spine or something that they got to collect like $2-3 million in disability pay out of the insurance with no hassle. Like, dude, they can't do that. Dude, it's a multi-billion-dollar. Like, people really look. I hate to put this in perspective, man, but the reason why I had to go is because that phone call was a multi-million-dollar phone call related to work I did, right? Like, not me, it's my company and whatever. But like, dude, when money moves, you move. You go where the money goes.
For sure.
The money flowing.
The money
These guys, he just sold it to, the UFC's parent company. They're gonna make sure they can cash in on every dime by 10 minimum before they worry about things going wrong. Like, that's how it works, man. That's business. That's billions with a B. That money is like a room full of pallets full of cash. Like, the physical presence of $1 billion or $1 trillion is not. And the
it's not like work.
$1 billion enterprise.
It's not like work. Yeah, it's not like work. But
I
miss the scaffold matches.
Where Mankind is allowed to stick his tongue through the hole in his face from falling on the tacks off the ladder in the cage match, man.
Right.
Or what's his face?
He's another one that a lot of people don't.
Who the Undertaker put through the top cage, and he ended up going through all three by accident, and was all.
Yeah, that was Mick Foley.
Yeah,
no, that was Mick.
It was like the other guy, not when he was Mankind, when he had his other persona, right? The garbage dude,
Cactus Jack.
Cactus Jack
was his other persona.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. You think that an insurance company is going to sign off on an event where it's scripted, throw a guy through 3 cages?
Yeah, you got a point. But listen, I ain't gonna lie. Mick Foley is that guy.
I'm a casual fan, but I loved it. Like, Hogan was an idol of mine when I was a kid. I love watching him on the promos that he did and everything. But, dude, if I'm a guy who has an investment, I'm not going to let investments cost more than they're worth.
Hey, Random, just to answer your question,
not $1 billion
gets the memo.
No.
Yeah, they're not $1 billion industry yet because
they still
that all in pay-per-view, that Texas death match with Moxley and Hangman Page, that was some brutal shit, man. Like, that shit was brutal. This dude clotheslined the nigga on a bed of nails. Like, yeah, it was brutal. He choked this man with a chain, threw him over the top rope and was choking him with the chain and all. Yo, it was brutal. It was a great match, but it was really brutal. Yeah, that all in pay-per-view. Listen, that all in pay-per-view went hard, yo. Even the women match was hard. The Toni Storm Mercedes Moné match. Like, I'm not a big fan of the women's wrestling per se, but that Toni Storm, Sasha Banks, aka Mercedes Moné, that match went hard. That was one of the greatest women matches I've ever seen. Like, them ladies was getting it in. They really was. Yeah, them ladies, they were getting right.
And some of those women are super technical in their movements. They're real, like some of them really good. What's her face? I can't even remember now. The Japanese woman from back in the day.
Aiko Sky?
Maybe.
Oh, you talking about back in the day.
Yeah.
Dude, Aiko Sky is from right now.
It comes from hanging out with guys like Vic, dude. But like, dude,
hey, listen, I'm a wrestling dude, so.
But like,
you
dude,
and Vic live by each other,
American icon. Like, even if you're not a wrestling fan, you remember Hogan. Dude, do you remember the Tropic Thunder TV show he did?
Yeah.
That's the first match that pops up too. Matt Moxley and Hangman Page. That's the first one that pops up in reference.
Yeah, the Moxley Hangman Page.
Oh, that was just 2 weeks ago. What was I doing 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Oh no.
That match was insane, bro. Yeah, that Moxley Hangman Page, yo, that Texas Death Match, that shit was crazy, bro. Crazy work.
But
yeah, Hulk Hogan definitely
on that bed of nails.
You gotta send me a link.
He clotheslined. Yeah, he clotheslined that dude on that bed of nails, boy. I was like, wow, they really letting him bring out a bed of nails? And then he clotheslined dude on top of that thing. I was like, whoa, that's crazy work.
It's in the back there.
I got it.
Ooh, that Bob.
Yeah, he got it for you. Yeah, it was a brutal match.
Looked like I used to coach. He looked just like him.
Robert.
I mean, yeah, that match was crazy.
I couldn't hear you.
They're rubber. That's not metal. That's like galvanized rubber, man. They'll still fucking hurt, but that's not.
It still fucking hurt though.
It's
whether it's rubber or not.
It's not the same.
It hurts.
Those tips are probably like glued on foam tips so that the tips themselves are so like, dude, they do again. If otherwise he would have gone through with that amount of
force simulated
right into he should have gotten stuck on it some. Like, he could have pulled it off. There should have been blood all over. At least in my, I'm not a forensic expert. Sorry.
Nah,
I'm just
listen.
my mouth.
I'm not one either, but
like
the optics of it was crazy though.
It's vicious, dude. I'm watching
of it was insane.
That's like, but that's what I'm saying.
The optics of it was insane.
My point is that we want to believe, and I'm not against that.
Mm-hmm.
But but when it comes from it's entertainment on TV to the whole world.
Cheers, boy.
Yeah, for TV I don't need proof, but for conspiracy you got to show me something tangible I can actually take to the bank a little. I'm not just going to run and believe because everything looks like that there's some sort of. And again, I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just saying I need more proof. Dude, it's vicious. I'm watching
AEW. That was a vicious match, bro. It was a vicious match. It was old school. It reminded me of the 90s. Dude, it was one of the rare matches.
Yeah.
It was
honestly,
crazy.
I think this might be better because it's like one of those retro style ones where they're trying to do the throwback to it, right? Sometimes the imitation but because it's brutal. It looks brutal.
Yeah, it was a brutal match. It really was. Yeah, it was crazy work.
I shut it out before I saw the winner.
Hangman Page won the match, by the way.
Yeah.
Was it just a grudge match or was it for a championship?
No. It was the title match. It was title match. It was
okay.
Title.
It says that in the description.
No wonder it got so amped.
Yeah, it was for the title. Yeah, it was good though. Like, I enjoyed it. Like, it was a great match. Like, they were getting it in. They would definitely get. Like I said, the All In pay-per-view. I'm not a big AEW fan, but that pay-per-view went off.
Dude, he old school chokes him over the ropes with the chain. He wraps the chain around his neck, throws him over the top rope, and hangs him. What?
Yeah.
Oh,
hey, remember the bell match? They used to tie each other together. They have like a bell on the end of it. You gotta beat the heck out. Man, wrestling has come a long way.
That's called the bell. What kind of match is that with the bell?
Cowbell match,
not a
wasn't it?
Collar. Yeah, cowbell or something like that. But yeah, that Texas Death Match was pretty crazy though. Like, that match was crazy. Yeah, Lena, that part. He done gave up his ghost.
I need to eat something.
Dude, all I gotta say is
the cowbell.
And then with Jesus, top.
He says to wigged out matches.
I mean, dude, that's
Yeah,
like
Hulk Hogan.
How many kids had Hulk Hogan as their hero? Like seriously, in the 80s. I don't think I knew had a friend.
Tens of millions. Tens of millions, I would think.
Dude, everybody knows what Hulkamania
Not just
is.
millions, tens of millions. Everybody knows what Hulkamania is. Even you know, the whole Gen Z,
like
millennials, they know what Hulkamania is.
Like I hate like how The Rock talks about his millions and millions of fans. He's trying to reach the Hulk. Like that statement is about being as big as Hulk Hogan was before him. It's crazy though. You know what I mean? Like even though it's not on purpose, I'm saying in spirit, it's a reference to that, right? Because you want to. This dude Hogan had impact like that, man. Like, dude, I come from religious Jews, right? Like wrestling is not a thing among my people normally, and everyone knew. All my friends knew who Hogan was. Dude, my buddy had all the little like Junkyard Dog and Macho Man, all those little fucking figurines in the 80s that they had.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie, I had all that shit, Gimpy. I had the ring, I had the figurines.
But that's what I mean. Like he brought it. Nah, Bob, at least I'm not an air taxi driver. Someone need an Uber to Boston, flight 311.
Right. Him and his air taxi. But Bob watched wrestling too as a kid.
Oh, Bob definitely watched wrestling. I mean, he knew who Hulk Hogan was.
Bob
his
was
hero.
a Hulk Hogan is.
Cap and tell you
probably so. Probably so. He's going to cap and say, no, I ain't watch wrestling. Hulk Hogan wasn't my hero. I didn't say my prayers and eat my vitamins. Yes, you did.
He's a lying
Yes,
sack.
you did, Bob.
He definitely watched wrestling. No one didn't watch Hogan. Everybody loved Hogan.
I see you, Snafu. Let me see what you got in this. See what link this is.
Dude, I can check this out.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Gil.
Yeah, when Bisbee said the spikes stick or whatever, remember this happened. They did change the optics on props. Here's your stickage that you talked about. Like if you
that
this is
closer to, I'm not saying. But what I saw in the other match is what I was talking.
Yeah, for sure. When you said,
don't get me wrong, I'm not fighting wrestling with you. Like I hope you understand.
Oh no. When you said you wanted to see the stick,
you're wrong either, dude. I'm just saying I'm a skeptic in general.
No, dude, that's fine. That's fine. And if you know me, dude, like I said, I'm a pit bull when it comes to certain things. Like I said, I noticed some of you guys were shouting out some of my enemies, so to speak. So I'll just leave it at that. Because there are optics. We could talk about that later about CT, chaotic truth. I saw you asking me about that.
I did. Because that's
I know you did. And you know what? Your guy's a pedophile supporter. Your guy's a scumbag. So you know chaotic truth.
No. Who's the pedophile he's supporting?
There was actually multiple of them. Like I said, I exposed criminal racketeering rings. And, well, we could name one guy, Pedograph, Montegraph. You know him? Mr. Peter, who changed child to the wall, who changed children to the wall, who does children videos with feces and children, like mocking the 2 girls, 1 cup with children and stuff. Let's just say your boy Chaotic Truth had, his growth in YouTube because we monitor them all. He had a bunch of pogos involved in the Predator optics. And, again, some of these are about their money, their channel, their grift. Your boy Chaotic Truth chose the sympathizer of Predators for standing up for what's right. He knows exactly what's up and who I am. So your boy and me, we do have issues, but I'll just leave it at that because it's not you. It has nothing to do with you.
No,
but yeah,
sure don't got nothing.
No, it sure don't. But again, I'll stick with what I have. But I wanted to show the video of the thing sticking because he was talking about how it, the other one didn't look. I think they adjust props after this video I sent you. I think they kind of realized because this one they did the interview with the ref, how the ref had to pull it out. They had trouble getting it out of his skin.
Yeah, dude, that's vicious. I would never, dude. They take money to live that lifestyle. That's crazy.
And it was about the bumps, man. The harder the bump, the bigger the paycheck, so to speak.
I know. I feel you, man. I know all about that. Trust me. It appeals to my inner
it was
self.
a great match, though. Not for
dude,
nothing.
That was an amazing match. Dude,
itself,
finisher is I haven't seen a
amazing.
finisher in a match like that in a long time. Not that I'm any expert, but as a casual fan, I didn't think wrestling like that existed anymore, dude.
Oh, dude, the death matches, Mexico, Japan, but just go Google some death matches. You'll see some shit, man. Like it's especially on the independent level,
pretty brutal.
And shout out to
Japan.
Yeah, and shout out to fucking Matt Cardone, because that motherfucker Matt Cardone. Because I've worked with. So you guys know GTS Grimm. Grimm, the toy show.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm not. Yeah. So they're in the local universe too. I know some of those people. But fact is, a lot of wrestlers go to those amateur shit, and then they get into the bigger promotions. I got to shout out Matt Cardone, because he will go to any promotion, independent, big, not whether paid, non-paid, and he still wrestles. Whether he was on the top, to the bottom. So, but yeah, these independent shows, man. You some of these death matches are pretty intense.
Yeah, the independent shows is where you get some of the best matches, to be honest.
Yeah.
And then go all the way on the independent circuit.
And that's where John Moxley, that's where John Moxley, Daniel Bryanson, even CM Punk, when he was with New Japan. But a lot of these guys, like you said, the independents where they find it. So, but now with NXT and everything, they're breeding it. They're literally breeding what they want out of the wrestler and the media part. So these NXT facilities and things, they breed the actual product versus
let me ask you a question.
We're gonna make wrestlers in a lab.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's like a lab.
Let me ask you a question. What's up with your boy Jay Lethal? Why hasn't he got a real push?
Jay Lethal?
Yeah, Jay Lethal. Why hasn't he got a real push?
I think some of these guys, it has to do with their connections too. And remember, when was Jay Lethal's biggest push that really didn't go anywhere? He got a lot of fucking bad publicity for it. Remember? What was the big
for me?
It was
for me. It was the woo off, the woo
yeah. There you go, Ric Flair. There you go. Now, let me tell you. Let me ask you: how many people in production and business said Flair shouldn't have fucking wrestled that last match?
All of them.
Yeah,
every single one of them.
And so what do you think happened when you get blacklisted, so to speak? Because Jay Lethal took on the role for Flair. Was the opponent okay? So do you get when you blackball yourself in certain optics? Especially when it comes down
to Andrade was in that match too, and they didn't blackball him. Andrade.
Yeah, but he
not a match without Jay Lethal. It's not a match without him. He's the key to that, man. He's the reason the match exists, because he agrees to do it.
Yep, he's the one who promoted. They didn't get converted.
Jay Lethal in that, but Jay Lethal was doing a favor for a friend, in my opinion. And again, I'm a casual. I stand side, right? I don't know everything, but I feel like he didn't look at it the way we look in 2020 hindsight at it. I think he was just doing a favor for a legend.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, but because of that, he got blackballed by many producers and many people who make those higher up decisions. Because just like you said, everyone was against the match, Flair's last match.
Well, Flair was the only person on earth who wanted that match.
Right. He's the only person who he wanted to go out how he wanted to go out.
I don't even see really Jay Lethal that prominent, in my opinion. That's my opinion, though. I don't.
Yeah,
some of these guys.
Chance after that is, I think, what BD's saying. I'm just saying. I think BD's point is that because of this, he didn't even get a fair chance. So even if he had a shot, he lost it there.
Yeah, I would agree. I think he blacklisted that whole Flair thing, kind of.
Yeah, I did.
Jay Lethal, to his credit. That dude has the greatest impersonations of wrestlers you will ever hear in life. His Macho Man And his Ric Flair, like he got that shit to a science, bro. Like to a science.
You know, another one like Jay
Like,
Lethal that was getting a push was that now is down and who did impressions. Think about it. His whole persona is copying Stone Cold, The Rock, and the other is what's that dude that LA Knight.
You talking about LA Knight?
LA Knight, yeah.
LA Knight. Yeah, LA Knight is a funny dude, bro.
He was
like,
popping, bro. That motherfucker was popping, dude. I thought they were gonna put the hand on. I thought he was going, and then all of a sudden he went downhill from where he was. Because that motherfucker was popping, dude. He was popping the crowd. He was popping, good in ring skills.
Yeah, Eli Drake.
Skills.
Yeah, him.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden they slowed his roll.
Eli Drake.
But I've heard rumors that I've heard rumors him and Paul Levine or Levesque, Triple H. I've heard rumors that they don't see eye to eye. You know, I can't verify, but I've heard that they don't. You know, like he's one of the main characters keeping him down.
I can believe that because they're two different total perspectives.
Well, you know, Triple H is stupid for not pushing him.
This means one person thinks it's a family-run, wrestling-oriented, billion-dollar kingdom that was built up, and the other one thinks it's a fucking VC venture.
Yep. And there's a lot of heat from the old. There's a lot of heat from the old school guys. Yeah, he did. He was hot shit for a minute, but there was a lot of heat from the guys because they're like, well, LA Knight, he's just like a Timu Rock, Stone Cold Steve Austin, and Macho Man mixed together, or whatever, because he does have all the persona with his, his Stone Cold vest and the Rock with the shades, and like he's like a lot of these guys are your Timu versions of what we created in the past, and I could see Triple H Hunter.
Hey, but he cuts shit on that, promos though. Like LA Knight, he cuts a mean promo. LA Knight.
Oh, that motherfucker can talk. I think he's getting blackballed.
Yeah, he can talk.
Yeah, I think he's getting blacklisted.
Though. Like LA Knight. Yeah, he give you a mean promo, boy. LA Knight. Like
I was gonna ask you guys
Punk too. Like in terms of promos, CM Punk is a master promo too. Like.
What do you guys think about The Rock and TKO and then him fucking up the storyline at WrestleMania and not showing up? Any thoughts on that?
How he tried to do that whole thing and insert him?
I thought that was stupid.
Okay, yeah. That's how you know a sellout is over the hill. That's my
okay. Yeah, I was just curious what your guys' thoughts on that situation was.
Like, dude,
I think the same
think
thing.
Think about it if you own the business, Snafu. I'm sorry. Like, if you were the owner right there, how would you feel about it? That was some dude who was really once a cash cow, but now is just drawn out. It's like, dude made a whole point of inserting himself in a storyline he had nothing to do with and then failed to show to his own insertion. And it was his whole plot was to make himself more valuable than he was because he's trying to get money because he's not doing well now because he had issues when he ended Ballers and shit.
Well, and also him and Oprah got a bunch of heat. And again, I'm reminding you the Epstein optics, Trump administration, Linda McMahon. There's a lot of things behind the scenes with these big celebrities.
And so in the spirit of wrestling, right? Because I'm into conspiracy. I'm not into it. I'm just saying I just consider it conspiracy till I have enough facts, right? So in that
Pogo is not conspiracy. Privately owned. The Vince McMahon's owned it. Government ran. Their internet, their multi-billion media relations made them have to work with government entities in order to produce the content that they put out to the world. Pogo. It's not conspiracy. It's not conspiracy, dude.
I understand what I'm saying with WWE, right? For the Epstein connection, for all we know, Epstein was actually Lex Luthor. I stand firm that you can use all the circumstantial evidence to make him the actual central figure who took the world hostage somehow.
So when you say fake figure, I agree. Half the celebrities we see on the news, the Tucker Carlsons, for all we know, they could be CIG generated green screen optics given to the people. Like that's real talk. I know that's kind of that's tinfoil hat shit, but the technologies of deceiving the mass are pretty huge. And again, what was that dude that was on your panel earlier that said he feels the fall of Babylon is happening? Hence, he's the WWE.
That was Black Bolt.
Yeah, he's over target, man. I feel
that.
I feel that dude was over target because these are the biggest companies aligned with big. We're talking media relation, and then TKO, UFC. There's reasons why we witnessed one of the world's largest transitions with power, money, and media relations take place, linked with UFC, and then Vince McMahon selling, the whole optics, and then all of a sudden things come out. Because if you know what's happening with Brock Lesnar right now, they're keeping it real hush, but go look into the optics of what's going down with Brock Lesnar right now.
Yeah, I haven't heard from Brock Lesnar.
I don't deny that. I keep trying to.
That's because it's trafficking optics.
Where is Brock Lesnar?
Think about the golden shower. Vinny loves those trafficking optics. Folks, do your research. Brock Lesnar's in some heat, man. There's always fall men. There's always sacrificial goats, so to speak, in these games. And Brock is facing some heavy optics, the golden shower optics, the trafficking optics. He's still linked with that Vince McMahon scandal optics. And WWE is pushing him and erasing him out as much as they can.
Okay, guys, just for a second, I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm gonna let y'all go, but I got two ladies on the panel and I would like to hear from them too. But before I hear from the ladies, like the channel, subscribe, share the video. The Cash App's on the bottom of the screen. Support your boy, this Big Dog Sports, and I'm your boy BD. Question to Ponder, Lena. How y'all ladies doing today? What y'all got on your minds?
Hello, hi B, hi BD, hi Questions, hi Princess. Oh, hey Gimpy, hey other guy. I can't see I don't have my glasses on. Oh snaps. I'm sorry. I want to say I remember Hulk Hogan. I mean, I feel hurt. I'm not going to stay too long about his. What he said, not that long ago, but I remember as a little girl before we found out.
No. Be honest. Don't hide the optics. He was racist and did a bunch of messed up shit publicly, right?
The racist stuff got me. Like when I found out, I feel like my black heart gonna be taken. When I found out, I wanted to really cry boo-hoo tears because I grew up on Hulk Hogan. Remember the cartoons, Saturday morning cartoons in the 80s? WWF Hulk Hogan and friend wrestling friend or whatever. He said it was a cartoon and they used to go against Roddy what's his name? Piper or something?
Piper.
Yeah,
Piper.
Roddy Piper. Yeah, it used to be a cartoon.
Rodney Piper. Jesus.
Yeah. It used to be a cartoon and it had the Junkyard Dog. And Andre the Giant was animated. Y'all remember he used to come on Saturday morning cartoons?
Yeah, I remember that.
Mr. T, Mr. T and shit was animated with him.
You, BD, you didn't have to be a wrestling fan to be impacted by wrestling if you grew up in the 80s. It was everywhere.
You guys,
yes, it was.
Hey, I put that
Andre
link in the backstage.
In movies, I would see Lou Ferrigno. He was on that video by Cindy Girls Just Want to Have Fun.
What are you talking about? Lou Ferrigno was the Hulk in the 70s.
Yes,
the 80s,
I have.
Whatever that show is from.
I used to have the Hulk Hogan doll and everything. I was Hulkamania.
Yeah, me too.
And I remember saying, "I fear no man, no beast, or evil brother." I just used to love him.
Hey, I put that link in the backstage.
Yeah,
you guys never played it, dude. It'll remind you nostalgia. The video that I put, babe, it will remind all of us.
I just put it in the chat. I just put it in the chat. Just
I didn't know if you wanted to play it or not.
Screen.
I used to go around.
I didn't know play it for me because I can't share my screen.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if Gimpy wanted to share it.
When I was at when I was
if little, you could play it for me, that I would appreciate it.
That 71 and minus Hulk Hogan optics video. I just want to make sure I have the right one.
Yeah, that's it. Just what this woman was saying. This will bring back the memories, man.
Hold on, I'm getting it. All right, share the screen, bud.
Yeah, I got you. Hey, Nasus, I see you.
Gentlemen, when I say snafu snaps, is watching the optics, I'll tell you what, we've watched a lot of celebrities go down in threes over the years, as someone pointed out, when it comes to the optics, whether it's ritual sacrifice or not. With the Trump Epstein list and all optics in the world with celebrities and political, who knows, at this point, are people getting ready, going in the bunkers? Are there ritual sacrifices happening, or is it just natural optics? First Ozzy, right? He did the concert, and then just a week later, he just magically gone. Well, when I say NWO minus Hulk Hogan, that's what's going on. Hulk Hogan is dead at 71. The optics are high and ramping up. Also, food for thought. Remember, Hulk Hogan, icon, idol, however you want to put it, was a real American hero, right? That was what the whole celebrity status was built on, whether it was in the wrestling industry, music industry, or entertainment business. And there's a lot of symbology with certain optics in play, including with deaths sometimes, if there's more meaning to it.
Breaking news this morning, iconic pro wrestler Hulk Hogan has died.
That was
Police
pretty
say Hogan
deep. Hold
was
up,
at his
pause
home in
that,
Clearwater,
pause that.
Florida this morning when he suffered a heart.
Yo, I'm not gonna even hold you. That just kind of like made me emotional.
That was the point of the video.
Man, that was pretty powerful, bro.
Yeah, that's why I kept wanting you guys to play. Memory lane. I always say memory lane is one of the most special things in the world, man. Because time flies by. I always say life is fragile, so make the best of it. And there's a lot of optics with him as far as world stage entertainment and more. There's always optics to these celebrities and the mission and the agendas behind them.
I don't deny that because they're all brands. I
don't either.
Default has to be true because they're all brands. How conspiratorial? I mean, has yet to be seen. When we expose it, I'll be glad to be the first one to sign up for.
I understand. That's what I say. But I grew up watching this guy too, just like all you guys. I grew up, but witnessing what we're witnessing with all the celebrities and all the big media and all those stuff. It's pretty big.
There's more, dude. My Epstein theory is that COVID is tied to it.
Oh, it's absolutely that's 1,000,000%. That's a trillion.
That one is related to, as a result, not related, as a result of
anything that influences the mass thought. Think of it that way. Like you said yourself, branded. But just think about people. Okay, so like if you type Statue of Liberty, you'll see, and then type Goddess of Ishtar. They're both the same things. But people who actually believe in it, freedom, blah, blah. But then when you look at the deeper, darker side, that's what I'm saying. The people who know this guy, he was branded as the American hero for America. Like the early 80s, 90s, like that footage. We'll never see moments like this in time again because of how the world has changed. So it brings a tear to my eye watching those old school wrestling videos because I used to be old school wrestling, like King Kong Bundy in there and shit. Some of that footage you saw.
Right, Sean Stud and all that. Yeah, that took me all the way back.
And that's what I'm saying is the brand has changed to more of a new age.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. That shit kind of made me emotional. And just so y'all know, real men cry too. Real men fucking cry too. I don't give a damn.
Dude, there is no reason that this shouldn't be emotional for everyone who grew up in the 80s, bro. This to me, it's looking back on your life. Like I remember when I saw some of those clips.
And that's what I'm trying to tell you guys. When emotions become involved with these type of optics, okay, because like right now you're crying, which you should be. Many people are. Think of it in a ritualistic manner. They feed off that energy. They feed off the energy that they're putting out to the world. So just remember this. This is deeper than most of you guys understand. And I'm a big wrestling fan. I know people in the industry now and back in the day, and I get it. There's more optics in play, and we're witnessing truly world prophetic times. That's all I got to say. And this is a big one. It hit me hard too today. So, but I also have a understanding of my understanding of the bigger picture optics here. But yeah, you're right.
It was a big day. The world is different.
Yeah, it's different. It's different.
Different.
Man, I can't believe that. You know, I'm kind of emotional. Like, wow. Forgive me. I wasn't expecting to feel like that.
I feel obligated to offer you a tampon.
No, there's still more after this too.
Right?
Like I said, yeah, there's still more after this. I just mixed it in. I went from old school to new school. You'll see. So I went from old school.
Let it play, Pimp.
Heart attack. He was rushed to a hospital by paramedics and was pronounced dead. Hogan, whose real name is Terry Gene Bollea, known for his mustache and headscarf, he began his pro wrestling career in 1977, but rose to stardom in 1983 when he started wrestling for the then World Wrestling Federation, that organization now known as World Wrestling Entertainment. In 1994, he left wrestling to pursue an acting career and appeared or starred in several TV shows, commercials, and movies, including Rocky III. Hogan also had a hit reality show on VH1 called Hogan Knows Best, featuring his family. Hogan returned to pro wrestling in 2002 before retiring 10 years later. WWE posted this statement to Twitter just moments ago. It reads, quote, WWE is saddened to learn WWE Hall of Famer Hulk Hogan has passed away. One of pop culture's most recognizable figures, Hogan helped WWE achieve global recognition in the 1980s. WWE extends
Very
its
pogo
condolences to
statement
Hogan's
there.
family, friends,
You see what
and
I'm saying?
fans. Hulk Hogan was 71.
Man, that was pretty rough.
That's my channel. So you guys who have the link, Gimpy and Big Dog and all the people, that's my channel. If you guys channel 18, I'll probably lose this. So if you want to keep track
for
of
that,
me,
man.
Yeah, dude, definitely.
Yeah,
and thanks for
that,
putting
man.
this.
That was pretty deep.
Yeah, well, thanks for doing the show, man. Thanks for letting people talk about their feelings and the optics that they feel. Because not everyone's going to agree with me, and I get that. And I respect that, Gimpy. So I get what you're saying. But thanks for bringing the subject up. I think that when big events like this impact the mass, there's so much in play. So stay safe, everyone. I'm out.
Have a good one.
All right, you too, Snappy. Thank you for that, man. That was deep stuff, man. Wow, I had to get myself together for a second. Like that kind of, like, I don't know. That was weird.
Dude,
it just brought me back to my childhood, bro. Like that was crazy.
An icon, bro.
I know this is gonna sound kind of silly, but I was a real big Hulk Hogan fan, bro. Like I had a big, huge poster of Hulk Hogan in my bedroom, bro. Like as a kid, like Hulk Hogan was everything, bro. For me, it was Hulk Hogan and Lawrence Taylor. Like those are my heroes growing up. So like, I'll probably feel the same way when Lawrence Taylor passed away too. So,
dude, I grew up down the road from his golf course where he played golf. Friends of mine used to caddy for him in the summer because they worked there, summer jobs.
Yeah.
LT.
Hey, questions. What you can add to this questions? I'm ready for you, AI. Just forgive me. I'm just kind of trying to get myself together.
No, I'll wait. I don't want to interrupt. I'll wait.
No, I'm fine. I'm done. The floor is yours, AI.
You can have the floor questions. I won't interrupt you.
No, really, I'll wait. BD. I don't interrupt.
I'm fine. I'm saying the floor is yours. It's yours. I'll mute. I want to hear what you got to say.
So, first there is I forgot who said it, but Hulk Hogan in the 80s, he was in Rocky 3. I remember that. And the Rocky and Hulk had that exhibition fight right before he had the fight, that rematch he was doing with working with Apollo. I do remember he had that exhibition fight before Paulie had passed away.
The fight you talking about was with Clubber Lang, Mr. T. That was Rocky 3.
Yeah, that was right.
Not
But right
Apollo.
before, no, but Apollo was his coach.
Apollo was his coach. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Apollo
for
was,
Clubber Lang. Yeah.
yeah, and that was with Mr. T. I remember. Yeah, I remember that. And then he had that exhibition fight, which is kind of, I guess, a little bit of a joke, but or I think it was for like
It was for charity or something like that.
Yeah.
That's when he
And
was called Thunderlips Hulk Hogan or Thunderlips something. But
that was
go
in
ahead.
80. That was
AI.
80. PG. And during the 80s, you have the Cold War. Of course, Rocky IV, we all know that was Rocky and Drago, if I'm correct.
Right. Yes.
And
you are.
always the United States versus the Soviet Union. And he really played that part as, kind of like Mr. T as well. Like, that all-American, super brute, super, muscular, a fighter, there's, G.I. Joe at the time. So he really represented that time more than anyone because he was really visible. My brother was a huge fan. Later on in the early 90s, I don't know if you remember BD, but you do know he had a TV show. Like Hulk Hogan.
I remember his TV show. Gimpy was just talking about.
Yeah, and that theme song he had, which kind of was a little bit Baywatch kind of, but it was still very unique to Hulk Hogan. And he was
Tropic Thunder.
Thunder in Paradise. How I remember, of course, like
Tropic Thunder's the name of that movie, but it's Thunder in Paradise. Right? She's right. I was wrong. Excellent. Yeah, dude.
He had this TV show.
Oh, so cool.
And, it was just, like even like remember like there was great theme songs and introductions. Like it would always get you pumped for the show. And my brother loved that show.
Rivaled the Airwolves.
Love that show. And he was really not just portraying, that all-American brand, especially coming from the 80s and the 90s, because we're still, it's still Bush kind of entering into Clinton, still very, very all-American, but how he branded himself. Of course, nobody, I guess the kid wouldn't pay attention back then, but I'm assuming he bought the name Hulk Hogan because I'm assuming it would have been owned by back then the WWF and, if I'm correct, Vince McMahon. But he was still able to use his name in a TV show that was pretty popular. Eventually it was canceled, but it was still, he was on TV, he was branded. He basically taught all of these wrestlers what to do once you leave the WWF, like how you can build your brand and really move through Hollywood. He gave The Rock the blueprint. Like there's no way we would even know who The Rock is without what Hulk Hogan had set the path for.
Yeah, I told you, BD.
There's no way. Because
I can't believe I agree with questions so much in one short period of time.
Now we have movies.
Right, this is rare stuff here.
We have movies now, which is a different time. Back then, it was more television. I guess Hollywood just wasn't at that direction back then. But now, you have someone like The Rock who can do family movies, which is on par with his brand. Same thing Hulk Hogan did back then. He was still very, very family friendly and still friendly, excuse me. And, that relatable that, young boys, children could relate to and still, keep his persona. I do remember watching, there was an interview way back when Hulk Hogan did mention that he did shrink because of, his work. He was at his height, he was 6'6". And then I did remember him mentioning that he did reduce or shrink to 6'3", and it had to do with wrestling. Just all the the physical assertion that was going on his back, and they say that it was all fake and planned, but he made it clear, like, I really was being hit. Like, regardless of however you feel about wrestling being staged, he did make it very clear that he was always being hit. He took all those falls, and he's still, suffering, the physical ramifications of his chosen profession. So I just wanted to bring that up. He really was the first. I can't think of anybody who else in sports. I mean, I guess maybe OJ, but I mean,
Jim Brown.
Well, did Jim Brown? I don't think he didn't have a cartoon back then. He didn't have a TV show.
He was in the movie, though, is what I'm saying. Like,
he was
so in the movie,
kind of like what OJ was doing, I guess, in the late 70s.
Right.
And then OJ also had Hurt, so OJ was really kind of, when it comes to using your sports brand to kind of venture off into other sponsorships. Right. And I don't know if
it was easily the first wrestler to kick in the Hollywood door, for sure. He opened the door for
all of them. Same thing. For all of them to do that. And, he was so very popular throughout the 90s. I just wanted to remind you. So, BD, you heard about that situation when he sued that blog, right? Did you hear about that?
Yeah, that was in the news a couple of years ago when he sued the blog. Yeah.
Yeah. There's an actual documentary on Netflix about it. If you ever get a chance to watch it. There's a documentary, and what happened was there was a blog that basically published, a tape of Hulk Hogan and I think his mistress. So Peter Thiel, the huge, the tech guy, tech bro.
Yeah, he's the tech guy that funded JD Vance. Yeah, I know all about Peter Thiel.
Well, he not only funded JD Vance, he funded Hulk Hogan to sue Gawker. Because Gawker, that blog, is who outed Peter Thiel about 10 years prior. So Peter Thiel was able to seek revenge through Hulk Hogan by financing Hulk Hogan to sue Gawker. And they got like $100 million. And they put Gawker into media.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you should. It's on.
Yeah,
Netflix.
I didn't know that. Wow.
And Hulk Hogan is basically like the whole star of the whole documentary. It's very interesting. And you do see all of Hulk Hogan's Hulk, like all of that.
Okay. Questions. I don't mean to cut you off, but I got another lady on the panel. I'm sure she would want to get in here. Miss D, sweetheart, get in here. What's on your mind, Miss D?
Hey, how you doing? I just came up to support. I'm kind of conflicted with Hogan. Later years, we found out some things about him. We said some things, but as a wrestler, he was very influential. He was everywhere. He was the first to be like outside of wrestling, like a superstar. He was everywhere.
Right.
The Hulkamania, and he was had TV shows, cartoons, all type of stuff. So yeah, he was influential, and so was Vince McMahon. But yeah, I'm kind of conflicted. So yes, the wrestling part.
Oh, listen, I'm Miss D. Not to cut you off, but I'm for you with the conflict part. Like Hulk Hogan, he didn't like black people. I don't agree with him politically at all. Right. You understand what I'm saying? That's why I was just trying to keep it to the wrestling.
Right, wrestling wise, awesome. I mean, before I found out that, I always loved. That's why I watched it. Hulk and Andre the Giant and all the other characters they had, and even what was the announcer name? The announcer for WWE.
Jesse the Body Ventura.
Yeah, Jesse
Ventura.
And then the other guy, the bald-headed guy. He was always doing the commentary.
Mean Gene Oakland.
Yeah. He made it
Mean
fun.
Gene Oakland.
He said, "Oh yeah, brother, I love that." Everybody was imitating that. So, he brung people in that usually don't like wrestling. I always like wrestling, but when I found out, yes, they do. Some of it is staged, and the reason why they get hurt is not necessarily for the wrestling part. It's like the part where they fly through the air and try to do the acrobatic stuff, but a lot of it is fake. That's why I stopped watching it. But but I can't deny that he is an icon as far as wrestling concerned. I can't deny that. So that's why I just want to come up and say that to you, and the panel.
Oh yeah, for sure. Hulk Hogan definitely a wrestling icon, and in my opinion, he's a cultural icon because not only was he in the
definitely.
white community, he was definitely in the black community. Like,
Yeah, but
Remember
he
Hulk Hogan
Mr.
was
T?
everywhere.
Mr. T?
you're never supposed
He
to meet
was.
your idols.
Yeah.
Hogan is the proof of that. Like the image, the brand Hulk Hogan is what everybody loved. The man was a totally different man than the brand.
Also, BG,
Right.
I was
That
to ask
part.
Miss D, if she remembers back in the day, Hulk Hogan's daughter had a little music career, little back in the day. She could dance a little bit. I don't know if Miss D remembers that. It was
I
a
don't
little
remember
like,
that.
uh,
Oh wow.
yeah,
I don't
Yeah, that's
remember.
taking it all the way back. AI
Right.
dance.
Miss D, I think you may have seen it on
You just
MTV.
made me feel real old just now.
Right.
I think Miss D, you probably remember. She had a little song, she had a little ditty, and she did a little choreography. She wasn't bad. Brooke wasn't
I think I
bad.
remember pieces of that. Yeah.
Yeah, just a
Yeah.
kind of little blast from the past for you there, Miss D. It's a little while
Yeah.
She was
ago.
okay. She was decent.
Yeah, but like remember they had like all the all the blonde
Yeah, you
girls
just made me feel really old just now.
That's when the Laker girls was real popular. Yep. She was trying to do some kind of Paula
Right.
Abdul
I
Laker
was
girl
just,
type
yo,
show.
Miss D, you were reading my
There
mind.
we go.
Yes.
Yep. Yep. Straight Up Not Tell Me. That was
That's
very popular.
crazy work right
Remember
there.
that Straight Up Not Tell Me by Paula Abdul? Everybody's trying to do all that.
Yeah. Straight up
Yeah.
now, tell me, do you really want to love
And she
me
couldn't sing, but
forever?
she could
Oh,
dance.
oh, oh.
She's a good
Yeah, Paula
choreographer.
Abdul danced her ass off.
Yes.
Yeah, Paula
Janet
Abdul
Jackson.
danced her ass
You
off.
know, if you really look at the old Janet Jackson clips, I mean, I'm trying to get top. I'm gonna get back on topic, but when you look at the old Janet Jackson when she first came out, she was trying to be like a little bit of Michael, but she only had that one move side to side, and then when she hooked up with like
Right.
Debbie Allen and Paula Abdul, that's when she started doing the choreography. You know, yeah,
Oh, yeah,
her
Paula
dance got
Abdul.
better. Yep,
Dancing wise, man,
yep,
Paula Abdul was a beast. She's like
yes,
she back then was what Sierra was in like the early 2000s. Like when it comes to
exactly.
the dancing stuff,
Yeah.
like you could
You had
compare the two.
Paula, you
They're
had
pretty much
Rosie
equal.
Perez. Yeah, but go ahead. I'm sorry. Let's get back to wrestling. But yeah, yeah. Like I
No,
said,
no, no, we're fine.
the yeah, the he was he was an icon. He was the first. There wouldn't be no Rock without the Hulk. As far as he opened
Right.
doors, how wrestlers can be outside of wrestling. They could do movies. They could do
Mm-hmm.
commercials.
And
They could be
TV shows and all
TV
that.
shows because people that don't even watch wrestling knew who Hawk was if you didn't watch him
Right.
wrestle. So yeah, he brought that. I can't deny that he brought that
Yeah, it's the difference between
celebrity.
being a star and being a superstar.
He was a
When you
superstar,
could stop,
definitely.
yeah, when you could stop a stranger in the street and everybody know who Hulk Hogan is, even if you never watched wrestling a day in your life,
Exactly.
you
Yeah.
know who Hulk Hogan is.
And he branded himself. He
Period.
had the he had the, like he was overly tan. You had all that tan and all that
Right.
sunscreen on him. Then he had the blonde
Mm-hmm.
hair going back. So he
Right.
was recognizable. You knew who he was. You knew that okay, that's
Missy,
Hawk. Huh?
even his daughter basically looked like the girl version of him.
She did.
She just
And
looked
the
just
white
like
did too. They all look alike. All the blonde
the whole family looked alike. The daughter looked more like Hulk Hogan than Hulk Hogan's son looking like Hulk Hogan.
Yes.
It was just so funny. Like Hulk Hogan branded himself so amazingly. He created like his own female version and then got her dancing and singing. So he just knew how to brand. And
right. He was the first person, not just wrestler, but the brand. He knew how to brand. Right. And that was not Vince McMahon. That was all him. Like
that was all him.
He had that bravado when they used to talk to the wrestlers before the matches, and brother, you know that he had that personality. So he knew how to he knew how to he was good at that. I gotta give him, you know.
Right.
Just this
Hey,
really is.
Can y'all chop it up real quick for like 2 minutes? I gotta step away just real quick. I'll be right back, okay?
They don't say that,
y'all chop it up though.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, chop it up. Just give me 2 minutes. I got
Okay.
Miss,
Yeah.
I don't want to give a copyright strike to the channel, but the video she had was so good. Brooke Hogan, I just like, oh my gosh, she
I'm
is
gonna check it
incredible.
out because I remember something. She was doing
She
something.
did that. She really did. And
Yeah.
Hulk was the one who put everything together. He put the look, he got the choreography, the director, like he led the way. Like look at him like being a little like a manager,
Yeah,
putting together his own little
he learned certain things from Vince. Vince was good at promotion. You know, he was something else too off the wrestling circuit. But one thing he can do, you got to give him credit. Like you guys were saying before I came up, he was a great marketing business genius.
That is absolutely correct. And
He
Hulk
was a
Hogan
genius.
clearly took notes in the 80s. And
Yeah.
then he, what is that? Early mid 2000 when it had got the TV show, definitely used that whole, pop sensation back then, riding that wave, put his daughter on.
Yeah. They
He
had a reality
really,
TV show. Yeah.
really, really did that. And as I was mentioning to BD, I don't know if I'm sure you heard this story, but not too many people are talking about it. Hulk Hogan, somebody, one of these blogs, it was Gawker, which doesn't even exist anymore. They took a tape of Hulk Hogan. He was in a dalliance with another woman who was not his wife.
I saw that. Yep. I remember that.
Yeah, and from what I read, Hulk Hogan has some hope. Even back then, this is a man, he still kept it up. I think he was doing growth hormone. I think.
Oh yeah, definitely. Because like you say his height shrunk because of wrestling. It might
Yeah,
have shrunk because of those things
yeah,
he's probably
yeah.
allegedly taken. And that's what probably had, you know what? I hate to say that, it caught
Yeah.
up with him. And maybe that's what caught up with him. How he
D,
died.
I'm thinking the same thing too, because there's another person, in my opinion,
Uh-huh.
because these men are coming from back in that day when
Right.
those enhancements,
With like vitamins.
yeah, they were like vitamins, and they were much more, they were stronger and less regulated.
Right. That's what I'm saying. They took them like vitamins. And also those other wrestlers that when they looked at their autopsy and they said they had some stuff in their system. So it might have been him either continuing to take it or the side effects from all those years of taking it.
I
But
think so
we knew
too.
that. We knew that. But we still
Yeah,
love it because he was a
I mean,
great
it was
entertainer.
an entertainment. It was entertainment.
Right. He was yeah.
It's just interesting because you're kind of seeing all these great athletes from back in the day. And I will also include Jenner, because I do believe that Jenner was also taking, because Jenner, see, I don't remember so when Bruce was still Bruce,
Right.
Bruce was the, when Bruce was still Bruce,
Uh-huh.
1984 Olympics, back
Uh-huh.
then, they were all under enhancements. The United, I mean, I even heard,
Right.
God
They
forbid,
didn't regulate it.
I heard even FloJo, my mother and I were in tears. Not FloJo, not
I don't
FloJo.
know. I don't know if she was.
Oh, I don't want to think that.
I don't think so necessarily. I don't know. I don't know. I want to.
I don't
I hate
want
to
to
say
think
that.
that. Yeah.
I
But
don't
like
think
you
so.
said, I think
Yeah.
that this is probably just kind of coming up with them. 71 technically is still kind of young. Like, I mean, we have to be real now. We should not think that it's okay or normal for an American in 2025 to pass away at 71. We shouldn't.
Right.
We
Right.
shouldn't. Right now, women, all women across all races, we're living to be 84.
Right.
And the average American male is like 76, 77. But we have someone like Hulk Hogan, who is a huge superstar. He has also he's going to have medical insurance, because I do believe he's still under, like the AFL-CIO. So he's getting medical insurance,
Right.
Hollywood medical insurance.
Right.
He's going to get the best care. He shouldn't. He's just too early. I know he hasn't been wrestling like that for like 10 years. Yeah,
Right.
he's had some physical, it's a hard sport, but he still should not have passed away this early. I just don't think. I kind of think that maybe same thing with Ozzy, with Black Sabbath, with Ozzy Osbourne. Some of
Right.
a lot of their actions in the 70s and 80s are now kind of coming up.
Even in the 90s, he was still probably doing some things. He was, drinking and other. It's the rock and roll lifestyle. Even Hulk, the rock and roll lifestyle.
D,
It
I'm going to
catches up
go
with you.
ahead and wrap up with you, because I've been hearing stories about The Rock. I heard
Oh
Rock.
yeah, definitely. I think so too because the Rock, one of the side effects, if you notice, you lose all your hair. He had a nice hair, full of hair,
Right.
pretty hair.
Oh,
All of a
and Rock
sudden,
and
yeah,
Yeah,
Rock's
he had
father is
that good Samoan stuff going on.
I had that
not just
wavy
that,
hair going.
BD. Rock's father is black. No, Rock's
Right.
father Rock, and he had that thick black man. You know, black men have that hairline. You know,
All right.
black men
He
have
had, he
that
had, he had, he
hairline.
had, a good hairline.
That real thick hairline, just
Right.
that even. Rock's father had that. I was looking at pictures, and you make a
But
good
look at his
point.
arms, though. You see his arms. His arms don't look real. So something going on. You can look all the ways you want to. Who arms look
Oh,
like that?
BD, Misty. Okay, I found it. So The Rock was actually diagnosed. He was diagnosed with a very serious heart condition.
Mm.
And people are
Really?
kind of, yeah. I'm actually, I just read about it. I'm trying to look it up right now,
So is he
but
taking steroid? So a lot of these medicines has steroids in it.
I found it.
Yeah, that part.
Yeah,
Yeah.
coronary artery disease.
Yeah.
Coronary.
Wow.
Wow.
And coronary, and I mean, where else? And Rock this is a very young man. This is a very
Yeah.
young man. How would somebody this young, this athletic, have coronary heart disease if he was not under? I mean, he's under the program. He's under a program. And not only that,
Yeah,
Miss B,
them
BD,
steroids destroy your body, man.
you know who else is under
Steroids,
the
yeah.
program? Bezos. Jeff Bezos is under the program as well. He's under a regimen. Bezos is under a regimen.
Yeah,
He
he
is.
look kind of he look kind of buffed up. And I hate to say this, I don't
Yeah.
want to put it out there,
I don't
but
want to put it out there, but you know, like one thing is
like
you never look stupid
LeBron
when
allegedly. You see how his hair?
Yeah,
He was
allegedly.
young.
I've heard that story too from the
You
Jeff
saw
T
his hair?
podcast.
How he bald it in the middle? He was bald like that at 27 in the middle though. Come on now, you don't bald like that. Now I can see your hairline front where your forehead is. You can ball up right there, but in the middle, that usually means that you might be doing something you're not supposed to be doing. Allegedly.
Well, I thought the NBA tests for stuff like that though.
They do, BD. They do. They do. But however, BD, do you remember what happened in the late 90s with Marion and Balco? Do you remember that? Bay
Oh, you
Area?
talking about Marion Jones? Yeah, the
Yes.
track runner.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember Marion Jones.
Ooh,
I sure
BD,
do. Yes.
BD, I'm going to find this link. You need to watch this. You really do need to watch this because you're a sports guy and you need to know what's going on.
Yeah.
So way back.
Yeah, I remember the whole Marion Jones and the Balco. That's how Barry Bonds got caught up.
Thank you.
With the Balco stuff.
Yes, it was. And Misty, I'm going to tell you the way I kind of knew is Barry on something. Is that neck, Miss D, Barry Bonds in that neck. How do you
Not
have
only
the
his neck, but guess what? Look at him his early years. Look how skinny.
He was so skinny and tiny. He was like as tiny.
And you know what the crazy part about it? He
was
could have
so
still
skinny.
been a Hall of Famer, which he's gonna be. He's gonna be a Hall of Famer, but he could have still hit. He wouldn't hit the record, but he was hitting home runs skinny. So it's no need for him to do that. But he wanted to break Babe Ruth's record. But he was hitting at least 50 home runs, 50 mid 50s. But he wanted more.
It was,
Right.
remember back then, it was Barry Bonds, it was Jose Canseco, it was the other guy.
Yeah.
Who was the other guy that
Roger
was going back?
Clemens, Rafael Palmeiro,
Yeah.
No, he's
Sammy
Sammy
Sosa.
Sosa. Yeah,
But remember
the 98
Barry
thing?
Bonds was going back and forth with this other white dude? Do you remember?
Mark McGuire.
Mark
McGuire, yeah.
Mark McGuire.
Yeah,
Yes.
he was looking. He definitely was taking something. Look at his
He was
arm.
on
Look
something
like
too.
Popeye. He looking like Popeye.
BB, Misty, I don't know if you were paying attention back then, but there was a certain president, George W. Bush. The reason why this whole situation blew up in baseball is because George W. Bush, during the State of the Union address, he outright said he wanted to address performance-enhancing drugs in baseball. He said this during his own State of the Union. Why would George W. say that? Because, of course, he was the owner of the Texas Rangers.
The Texas Rangers.
No, when Nolan Ryan became legend, first win ever for Texas, big deal. George W. Bush was the owner. It was amazing. And his wife was there too. So he takes this personal. So it took a United States president only because this was a personal issue for him to break open this whole use of performance enhancing drugs in
The
sport.
only reason why he probably did that is because none of his teams was breaking records. If he had like a Mark McGuire, he probably wouldn't care a Mark McGuire or a Sosa on his team, he wouldn't care because that 98 that back and forth in 98 was a moneymaker
Yeah,
for both
the home run race.
the clubs.
Yeah,
I
it
mean
brought
Cubs and
baseball back.
it did.
That's what it brought
So they
baseball
don't really
back
care.
because
They don't really care
baseball.
about that.
Remember,
Yeah,
if y'all remember baseball in 1994, they went on strike.
right. They was dead. It was
And
about to
they
go. It
didn't
was about to
play the
go.
whole 95 season. And then
Yep.
96 came, nobody watched it, even though the Yankees won the
Exactly.
World Series.
Exactly.
97, nobody watched it, even though the Yankees repeated as World
Right.
Series champions, but nobody watched it. And then 98 came, and then you had the home run race between McGuire and Sosa,
And then
and
this
that
happened in the
brought baseball
summertime,
back.
and people was paying attention. You'd be like, "Wow,
Yeah, that brought baseball back.
it
That
did."
home run race between McGuire and Sosa. It sure did.
Yeah.
Wow, y'all making me feel
So
old, man.
so
Jeez.
so he won't. He didn't care. He just faked like he cared. But if McGuire or Sosa was on his team, he just mad that he didn't make the money at the time that the Cardinals and the Cubs was making. They making money hand over fist with that. They took advantage of that 98 season.
BD, I'm going to find this documentary. I'm going to try to find it. If I can't find it now, BD, I'll put it into your comment section. The both of you are going to be very interested to watch this. You both of you really will. The Balco Labs, I don't know. So the doctor, quote unquote, that Marion Jones was going to, he actually breaks down what he gave her.
Yeah, they were.
Why he gave it to her, which was so interesting to me when I watched this, was that he mentioned insulin. And he said he gave her insulin on a particular regimen because I didn't understand why. My mother explained to me it was a way to help break down the drugs that was in their system, the performance enhancing drugs, to help them become non-detectable. So just as
Okay. Yeah. But she said, she still to this day really haven't admitted it. But she's saying that, she got through her trainer, but it was the way she said it that she didn't know what she was taking. But I don't know. You know how that go. I don't
That's a
know.
good point, Missy. She probably but the thing
Because
is,
she
she
trusts
probably
her trainer was also her husband at the time, or boy,
you don't.
fiance.
And
So she
he's the
trusted
one
him.
who recommended Balco, Bay Area
And
Lab.
then when the heat got on, he stitched on her. Like, yeah.
Oh my God, he did snitch on her. And a lot of people, I just don't know why she was the only one. I mean, and look what it just ruined her career. But then it was just it did piss me off how he just like broke down. So you have this guy, this doctor, quote unquote, basically putting out all her business.
Exactly.
And
But you know why she went to jail? It wasn't because
she
they
went to
didn't care about
jail.
the steroids. They cared because they
She
was
had
mad
lied.
because
Yeah, she
right,
had
you know how the federal
yeah,
government they get real upset. They wanna show you their power, and they
yeah.
put her. And you know what? If I was her
No, he
family,
didn't go to
I would have
jail.
sued. I would have sued
Yeah,
her because she had to fight. Actually, that's what I'm saying. I think it should be a tier system in jail. You should not be going to jail for what she went to jail for and being in there with murderers. And she had to
exactly.
fight a person that killed somebody. And what if that
Unbelievable.
person would have killed her? That mean her family could have sued.
Yeah, right. Missy, right. And you know
That's
who did
crazy.
not go to jail? The cyclist. You know who I'm talking about.
But you're right. But you know what? And he
Lance
lied too. He
Armstrong.
lied too. And
Right.
said he didn't do it. And they found that the evidence, it was right there. They found the actual syringe and everything. So
BD,
yeah, you're
that's
right.
a whole other conversation that can be had.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
whole
Of
Lance
course,
Armstrong thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
that is another
whole
conversation
other
in
I
itself.
mean, he played it
conversation.
real well because I really didn't pay attention. I said maybe he is using. I said no, maybe not, and found out he was. But he
Missy, I'll
still
tell you
Hey,
right now.
he was
Lance
married to
Armstrong.
Cheryl Crow, right?
No.
Lance
They were
Armstrong.
Yep.
married.
Yep.
No, they never even got married, BD. She was diagnosed with cancer. Lance Armstrong dropped her.
Yeah.
He left
He
her
was.
while she was, yeah, they weren't
Yeah,
even
that was
married.
pretty foul shit.
Oh, and
Yeah,
BD,
that was
there's more
pretty
to this
foul.
story. So Lance Armstrong is actually from Plano. He's from Plano, Texas, and he started his whole career in Plano, right here in Texas. Even the school he went to, like I was like, oh my God, Lance Armstrong is from Plano. Oh my God, he was always like
Wow,
this.
that's pretty
BD.
deep.
He was always like this. He was just always under, enhancement, not under the influence, under enhancement.
But the media should take responsibility because they made him like the all American guy.
They did make him all American.
They
And here's the
did.
thing,
Yeah,
What's
they
really
did.
important is
And matter of fact, they went so far as to make the little arm bracelet things with the Live
yes,
Strong, the
yeah,
little arm bracelet shits.
Live Strong, all of that. And
Made a
here the
whole bunch of
thing
money
is,
off of that.
BD, a lot of
They
money.
did.
Oh, and
A
because
lot of
I
money.
did BD, I did my research because I'm nosy like that. And he had to. Okay, so the thing about Lance Armstrong, he's coming from an area that is completely flat. His body, his lungs, as a runner, your lungs actually do evolve and adapt. Like you learn how to breathe. He's from an
Right.
area, Plano literally means flat land. Plano in Spanish means flat. So you're
Right.
learning cycling. Like he played a number of sports, including baseball, but his sport, because he was winning in cycling. He then goes to Europe. And remember, Europe is completely different. It's mountainous. There's low elevation, high
And
elevation.
high elevations, right.
And he's not European. You're a whole Texan from Plano. You're not French. You're not Italian. You're not conditioned for this type of type of air, this type of elevation. So he basically conditioned himself to to perform in Europe. And then, and what he did was he got in contact with that doctor. Like there's like 2 documentaries on him. I already had been like researching this guy for the longest time, and there's 2 documentaries on him, one on Hulu, one on Netflix. And he was going through so much issues in Texas. He moved to Colorado, by the way, and he put because remember it was Postal Service. Speaking about the United States, Misty, it was Postal Service that actually sponsored his last team. Because remember, he was
Right.
he had I forgot the name of his other teams, but eventually the United States Postal Service gave him all this money, made him the leader of the team. You could pick your own crew, everything. So once he basically outed himself to Oprah, he told the truth to Oprah, because Oprah can do that. The United
Right.
States sued him. And so he kept them in like litigation for like almost 10 years, but they eventually settled. But just like you mentioned, Misty, with Marion, when you start playing around with the United States government and their money and integrity of the game, they're going to sue you. And I think that's what happened with Marion Jones. Like when you start playing
Yeah,
with the
because she
integrity,
never recovered.
she never
Yeah,
recovered.
Marion Jones never
Oh.
recovered from that.
They don't like when you lie. They want you if they call you in and ask you that you do such and such and such and such. You better do that because federal they you will go to jail, guaranteed, and they will make you serve whatever they give you. You're gonna serve it. That's how
And
it goes.
notice he didn't even serve. He basically spent all of his money in his name to keep himself out of federal prison. I don't think Marion Jones had that level of money that Lance Armstrong had. But Lance Armstrong fought the federal government in court till the very, very end. And whatever agreement, he was able to stay out of prison. And I did hear he did have to pay some money, but it's undisclosed.
Hey, Miss D, can you speak to this comment at the bottom of the screen? My man Random says, yes, she did it. He's talking about Marion Jones.
Yeah, she did. She played in WNBA for a few years after she went to jail. You remember first she was I know her as a basketball player before I knew her as a track star. She was on that championship team in North Carolina in '94. So yeah, she did play, but she still wasn't the same. She wasn't the same athlete.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Also, speaking about integrity, I know I'm jumping around a little bit, but just touching on integrity, notice that people get really mad at, the NFL. Like, remember that one guy who got caught on camera punching his wife? She got knocked out. But people were like, how come nothing happened to him?
Yeah, Ray Rice.
Ray Rice, thank you. People were really
and something did happen to him. They blackballed.
They did, but it was a kicker who
Ray
did
Rice,
something
they
to his wife,
blackballed
and
him.
he still got a chance to play and make more money.
He still got a chance to play, but notice the NFL was willing to go after Brady. Brady, who is one of the most beloved men in America, is Tom Brady. They were willing to put that man, kick him out because of what? Integrity. The
But
NFL,
and unfortunately, he didn't get
because
blackballed.
he
and
went
he
to
got money. Yeah.
because Brady took it to court.
But it wasn't on tape either. Sometimes, unfortunately, Ray Rice, it was on tape, and they try to make it. I mean, I'm not saying what he did was right. I'm not saying that, but I don't think they should have blackballed him. You humiliated him. He already apologized. He went on the tour for us, explaining what happened.
And then the lady married him. That's
Yeah,
the
so
kicker.
they still
She
together.
married him. Yeah,
Yeah,
they
they
still
still together.
together to this day.
Yeah, so yeah.
How crazy is that shit, right?
Because
You
it
get
wasn't, remember when
blackballed.
you watch that video, BG, it doesn't look like that was the first time he had done that.
Yeah,
Like
it
it
don't.
just, it didn't look, it
It
looked
don't.
like he dragged her and like kind of like this was kind of their side, their relationship. But the NFL didn't go after him as hard as the NFL went after Brady. And I always wondered that. And I was just like, interesting. And if someone actually told me it's because of the integrity of the game, the NFL will go hard against those who interfere with the integrity of the game.
Well, they went after Brady because they made him far as I mean he's a good player, but they made him the All-American boy, and he kind of messed with that.
Right.
So yeah, they went after him because of that. Now Ray Rice was not very well known outside of football. I mean that's good. That's good to understand it. If you didn't watch football, you didn't know who Ray Rice was until you saw that tape. Unfortunately.
Yep.
But Miss Lee, let me ask you, what did Brady do outside of like the whole cheating scandal with Belichick? What did he do that was outside of being that typical All-American boy? Because I mean, it's Brady, California. He has the family, he has the look.
That was it. That was it. And then, but look, both of them are bad. But that's even. Well, I'm not saying it's even bad. When you cheat the game, people
Right.
what happened. Reason why they went after him. When you cheat at the game, the fans. That's why they went after him. The fans is not going to want to watch that if they knew that maybe you was cheating for a certain team. So they had to make it look like they was going after Brady because they didn't want the NFL. The NFL didn't want to be a part of that and say, "Oh, it's rigged,"
Yeah,
or
they were more interested in protecting the Patriots than they
right.
were protecting Tom Brady, basically.
Exactly. They're trying to protect right and also protect themselves. So that's what it was. It wasn't
Right.
really necessarily about Tom Brady. They just wanted to make sure that the fans didn't become disillusioned and not watch football. Even though now I believe a lot of the stuff is rigged, but hey, allegedly. But I still watch it. But go ahead.
You still
Oh,
watch it? Oh, sorry.
AI, I meant to tell you, Miss D's my resident expert on the WNBA, by the way.
Oh
Thank you
yeah.
so much, Miss
She
D.
knows just as much as I do.
Oh
She
yeah. Well,
might know
yeah.
more.
I have a special place in my heart, Miss T, for the WNBA. I've mentioned to
that's fine.
BD just how important the WNBA is. I incorrectly, for some reason, I keep calling Adam Silver Joel Silver. My bad, sorry. Sorry. Adam Silver, NBA commissioner. I remember when I was in high school, I remember reading that it really made me feel so much better that someone like him made it a point to really support the WNBA. Like we're going to keep it up, or like because there was always pushback, and even back then, I'm sure you remember, Misty. There was always those discussions about pay, and they don't sell tickets, they don't do this, they don't do that. And then I remember also like you remember early 2000, Lisa Leslie. Everybody really kind of just hammering hard on the WNBA, but it's so important because it's one of those few opportunities, Misty, where you see women working together as a team. And I don't think people realize there are very few opportunities as women, especially as young girls, where you're working together as a team. That's not part of our environment, our condition as like girls to come together in sport, in athletics, to go for a goal and to also fail because we don't always win. We don't always win. But I have such great fond memories of playing basketball. I mentioned to BD, that's how I learned, where I went to school, I met some of the Cowboys players who at that time were then retired, and they were so supportive of our team. Mr. Staubach, BD, he was very, very supportive. I cannot, even had a nice little party for the end of the season. Very, very supportive. And remember, no one's making any money. You're just supporting and having, being, like a girl dad, your daughter, you want your daughter to be in sports, you want her to be athletic. You want to see her in a position where she's performing. And it's just off her intelligence, off her abilities, working as a team. So that's why I personally always go hard for the WNBA, because we don't have a lot of professional sports. But BD told me we have softball, so that's a good thing. I like to hear that. I love that sport.
Yeah,
but
that's
we don't
coming next
It's
year.
getting better. It's getting better. The softball, we got Soccer's still trying to hang on. As far as the team sports, it's getting there. You got hockey, but a lot of these other leagues are not as popular or even visible like the WNBA. But yeah, but I just think.
Okay. No, go ahead, Miss D. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I just think this last, I want to say, well, even with Lisa Leslie. Now, one thing they did wrong, they started to do it, then they stopped for some reason. Why they capitalized a little bit. The reason why WNBA came about, they saw how the '96 team was, or just Olympic team in general. The last before the '97 league came, or it came in '97, they saw the
Yeah, it came
popularity.
'97.
Right, I'm talking about as far as the lead up. The Olympics. You
Right.
see all these players, they Olympic gold medalists, and it was popularity there. The WNBA when it first came, they capitalized on like Lisa Leslie, Cheryl Swoops. They had commercials, and they
Cheryl
stopped
Swoop.
doing it.
Yes,
Right, they stopped doing it for some
Missy,
reason.
look at you, laughing with
Right.
us. Yes,
Right. They
Cheryl
stopped doing it.
Swoop.
Remember those that commercial with the little kids and they even had Nike commercial. Cheryl had her signature shoe. They now they doing it, but they didn't do it when they had a chance. And so by them not marketing, um that's why they probably haven't got paid right now. It would probably if they would have got paid if they would have marketed it right, because I think it was a market there. You just had to tap into it. But see, a lot of people don't know. It's not that people like well,
I
I like it
remember.
better.
You remember that? Hey, Miss D. You remember that
Uh-huh.
'96 team when they appeared on Martin?
Yeah.
They was on
I mean,
a whole episode of Martin
they was very
back in
popular.
the
But
day.
listen, this is what I want to say. We don't realize there's real fans, not real fans. There is fans that gonna watch it regardless as far as sports, any sports. Like that's me. I love sports. I can
Yeah,
watch
that's me
a lot
too.
of sports. Then you have casual fans. Um, it's mostly casual fans, and they haven't did a good job of marketing that. And even football, which you don't notice, a lot of especially football, the Super Bowl. There's a lot of casual fans. And that's where you see a lot of spike in viewership. So they NFL a little bit. They do a better job of marketing the casual fans. A lot of these sports, if you market to the casual fans, then that's how you make your money. I just think that they did a horrible job of marketing to the casual fans. And so if they marketed it right, we wouldn't have this issue right now. They would have been got paid because it's
What do you
really
think that they could do better in terms of marketing their brand? What do you think they need
more
to improve at?
commercials. More commercials. Like these girls have personality. You see Asia Wilson, you see Angel, a little bit of CC, but you have players out there that can market like that. They was like I said, they were starting to do that with the Lisa Leslie, Cheryl Swoops, and Tina Thompson and Cynthia Cooper, but they stopped doing that. It's this is entertainment. So you're not focusing on me because I'm already hooked because I love sports. You
Right.
really market it to the casual fan, and you had to market it better. Sometimes you had to tell
So,
people why they should watch.
so
Why you
more
should watch.
commercials you think is the answer?
Right, more commercials. You have to tell them. Some people, if they see the commercials, they see it everywhere. They get in their brain. Oh, maybe I should watch this. Let me check it out. They didn't do that. They stopped doing that. They were starting to. Then they for some reason they just stopped doing these commercials where they kind of introduced the casual fan to these players. So I know who Lisa Leslie is and Cheryl Swoops, but you have to introduce them. Sometimes you have to kind of I won't say coerce, but you kind of gotta spoon feed some people, spoon feed these players as far as putting them out there on commercials like you do the guys, and that work. That's
And
just
Missy,
I
you make a
agree with
great
that.
point about marketing to the casual fan. Keep I consider myself more a casual fan, and only because of how I grew up. When you have a dad, when you grow up in a household where you're always seeing sports like on a schedule, at the same time you're seeing like your dad focused, it makes a really big difference. Unless some people you don't have that type of of uh, environment, that type of household. So you make a great point. Casual fans are who are going to bring in money. They bring in their family. They watch this entertainment. They enjoy it. This is a really important base to really grab and take hold of, because not because not everyone is going to be like yourself in BD and like study sports like, like a branch of philosophy. The rest of us really just enjoy it for what it is as the game on a surface level. And then also, like also something to take your kids to, like people do see like the NBA is still the NBA, and the NFL, it's still very family friendly and family oriented. So there's a level of decorum that's expected because that's who they're marketing to. It's not just to grown adults like in a bar drinking. The NBA has made it very clear that this is supposed to be a very family friendly league, and they expect their players to behave as as expected. So, and that goes again to the casual fan. I just wish they would kind of focus in that direction and not worry so much with getting paid. I'm not the biggest fan of using like the court to kind of bring in like politics with your pay. Because at the end of the day, this is still their job, but don't bring your job to like court side. Like them wearing these shirts,
Well, I didn't have a problem with that. What they're trying to do? They're trying to get the fans aware. I don't have no problem with that, but I will say this. Let me say this. What am I about to say? So we know now in this era, a lot of people don't know that who Angel is, and the only reason why they know who Angel is because she's remember how we talked about Hulk Hogan and how he used branding, and we didn't know what it was at the time, but Angel Reese used branding too. She took the situation with her and Caitlyn, and she's always on social media, and the model that the WNBA uses is a little bit older. They have to go on social media. Why don't you stream some games on Twitch, stream some games on Instagram? Because a lot of times, a lot of people are not sitting down and watching basketball or football like they used to, like that in a traditional way. So you have Angel who's on social media. You see the stud buds, they on Twitch. A lot of the youngsters they on Twitch. They on these different they on Discord. Stream some of the game or some of the highlights. Package a highlight, stream it on streaming services. So that's how you get the casual fans because a lot of these fans, a lot of the youngsters are they up and going. Far as they watching streaming services, TikTok, whatever. So just get the word out. That's how you do it, and that's what. So they're actually marketing themselves. That's how they making their money.
Hey, random says counterproductive marketing strategy. I see what they were trying to do, but people think they are stupid and don't understand economics. What y'all think about that? He's talking about the women in the W, by the way.
No, they understand. They understand what they see. What remember I was talking about Angel. She's trying to. We need. They understand. It's just that the league is trying to play stupid. They're not opening the books. They don't know. They telling them that they're losing money, and I don't think that's true. And I'm sure they're telling the WNBA or suggesting to them how to market the league. They're just not being paid attention to. So they're not stupid. It's just that they not their voice is not being heard. And WNBA seem like they're trying to bully them. And so instead of listening
Is
to some of
that
the
you
suggestions,
think that the owners are trying to bully them?
yeah, they know what to do. You just not taking in their advice because you want to keep the money to yourself mostly, and that's what I think is going on. It's a power struggle. It's a struggle.
Yeah, it's power struggles are the worst kind too because nobody wins at the end of the day. Like they're gonna have to come to some sort of middle ground. Cause I don't want to see them get locked out, and furthermore, I don't want to see them walk out either. But something is gonna have to give. A 91-9 split is not tenable, in my opinion.
When I
It's
found that,
not
when you
tenable.
said that, I was like, that's horrible. I thought they was getting at least a little bit more, maybe 15 to
No,
20%, 9%.
yeah,
That's crazy.
yeah, nine
And
percent, yeah,
you said it's
9%.
not
That's
watchable.
not tenable.
You know what? The last, I would say, 10 years, it has been watchable. The game has the players are a lot more athletic than they was back in the day. They dunking everywhere. And this the next from now, no, the 20 from 23 to 26 to 27, that's gonna be the best athletic as far as athletic ability that the WNBA has seen since they've been in the league. I mean, since they've been in the league. So the stuff that you like, because I like the logo threes. CC ain't the only one. You have Malanga. She only 19. She gonna be younger than the people coming in. She's still gonna be younger than
Right.
the class coming in. She only 18 now. She gonna be She gonna be younger, and she could dunk.
Speak of,
She could high fly.
yeah, I know. Yeah.
But she ain't the
Malanga
only
can
one.
dunk.
You have multiple girls. You have multiple girls that could dunk. So they just need to incorporate that a little bit more, and
Miss D, I always wanted to ask you this. What do you think about Shaq' idea about lowering the rims? You think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
don't lower it. But I see they athletic enough, and they getting tall. They're a nice height. No, don't lower the rims. No,
Don't lower the rims, right?
no. But I think what's going on? You still have old guard coaches, and so we still have to understand this is entertainment. And so you know how I'm dating myself, but remember how the UNLV and Laura Merrimack used to play?
Yes, the fast pace
They
up
need
and
right.
down,
They need
running.
right. They athletic enough to have all the teams to do this. I see it with the like the teams like I think Dallas trying to do it. I think LA trying. They just don't have the pieces right now.
Right. The Fever try
But
to do it too.
right,
The
right.
fast paced run up and down.
Right. But this I think is going to happen like that because you have better shooters coming in, and you have to be able to shoot at least even your mid range game had to be good for
Right.
you to do the style. But if a lot of teams incorporate that the Lawyer Marymount UNLV style of play, they bring
Mm-hmm.
because it's fast paced. You know, the ball don't touch the floor too much. Whoever got the ball, shoot it, and everybody had to be shooters. And then you add in a little logo three and dunk. I think that'd be okay. But they had to speed it up a little bit. And I think they bring in the coaches that would do that, but they have to have the players as well. And I think these next couple of drafts, you're gonna see that.
Well, again, my thing with the W, especially when it comes to the coaches, you have no big name coaches that anybody would know off the top of their head. Maybe Becky Hammond, but that's probably it. That a average person would know who they are. Don't nobody know who the WNBA coaches are. Nobody. Like they don't have a big time presence in terms of
They
coaching.
don't, and you know this, especially see, look, the WNBA, the WNBA now would kind of remind me of the 70s, early 80s, before well 60s, late 60s, 70s NBA, where you had and I don't think everybody on drugs, but it was a drug problem. But what I'm saying as far as the popularity, it was about the it was nowhere to be found, it was on tape delay, and here come Magic and Larry and they style of
Right.
play. It wasn't just their style of play. Then you had like a Pat Riley, you had a Chuck Daly. They had personality. So it's just
Right.
it's an all encompassing thing where the coaches have to have personality in the play. I think they get into that. Like I said, the next two drafts you're gonna see players who can put the ball in the hoop at a fast pace. It's gonna be exciting. And then I see some comments, but guess what? Let me say this, and you can debate me on this or not. In college basketball, right? The women's game is more popular than the men's, especially the last 3 years.
Yeah.
I
Yeah. That
like
part.
this
That
draft. I didn't
part,
know
Miss
who
D.
the first 3 draft picks. I knew who they was. It got so international. I don't know who none of these players are. I don't know who these players are. It's more popular. The final four for the women's are more. I'm not saying this because I'm a woman. I'm just saying it's more exciting to watch than the guys. And you bringing those players in that's exciting to the WNBA. It's only gonna get better as far as athletic ability. But like I said, they have to play a fast paced style, and they need the coaches and the players to speed it up, and they'll be okay. They just need to speed it up because the fans love that back and forth style, and that's what made UNLV look so exciting to me. It's up and down, alley oop. Oh, it was just exciting to watch. I think you stuck. Can you hear me?
Oh, he's probably just stuck. It may have been, just maybe his Wi-Fi just stuck. I just want to let you know, Misty, I'm about to drop. I did go ahead and put into the back chat that link for the Balco segment. I definitely suggest to watch it. You will find it very interesting. It's from a little while ago. It does
Okay.
break down Marion Jones, Victor Conti. He was interviewed. He told all her business. Finish.
Wow.
I think you'll find it interesting. They go into some depth. It's about 40 minutes.
Okay,
Now,
I'll watch it.
maybe you did see it back in the day, but if you haven't, this is one of
I don't
the
know. I saw so many. I love documentaries. I saw so many documentaries.
this is a sports
I love sports ones.
documentary.
Yeah, I
You're
love sports
definitely
documentaries.
you're
Yeah,
gonna want to
okay.
see this one. This is a good one. It does bring up the enhancement issue. You're gonna like this one. This one
Okay.
yeah, and
Yeah.
it was actually John Stossel. John Stossel 2020.
Oh yeah, I think I probably saw it back in the day. I don't know, but I saw so many documentaries on Victor Conti, at least 2 or 3, and then I
This is
saw
the best
yeah.
one. It's a little sad
Okay.
because it's Marion, but this is the best one. Definitely watch it. It's
So
on.
what you think about my suggestions as far as the next 3 years they bringing in some more athletic players for the WNBA and it's going to get it better. Just got to speed it up a little bit.
I think it's absolutely fantastic. We need to see a little bit more entertainment. People like seeing a show on the court.
Right.
I do like I think it was BD who said that. There are no like star coaches. Like there's no Phil Jackson. Like
Well,
who's a Phil Jackson in the
but
WNBA?
you're right. But see but you have to groom them like you groom the players. They had to be groomed. You have to have personalities. I mean, Cheryl Reeves is close, but she's I don't know. But as far as the personality, but nobody really know who she is. But yeah, but you're right. BG is right. Um, you have to have both the coaches and the players be entertaining to the fans.
And there's
And
always going to be that sexual attractiveness factor because it's still women. They're always going to be judged in that regard. So
yeah, and judge as far as their sexuality too. Like
yes, all the
instead
time.
of but
Ah,
you don't know what guys are gay, but who cares? I mean, if I found out you had the players that came out that was gay that was in the NBA, they wasn't really stars. But if you see a major superstar say he gay, I will still watch it. I will still watch it
they'll
because it's
still
entertaining.
watch. They would.
Yeah,
They would. They
I wouldn't say,
probably would
oh, I ain't
watch
watching you because you're
because of
gay.
the fact that he is. Like
Right.
they'll bring in even more viewers.
But guess what? Unrivaled, we see the future. Unrivaled. I mean, I know it's 3-on-3, but it was entertaining. It was entertaining. So they had to take the WS. They're trying to compete with them. They had to take a page from them. You know.
They don't have to. They always do.
Yeah, I'm just saying. See how the popularity and the players say they seem happy to. They seem happy to be in the league and they was getting paid more and the structure, whatever Stewie and Fee was doing was great. And you see how they marketed it, and then the jersey sales, and it was awesome. Oh, see, guys always see keep that at your head. Y'all always worry about the sexual orientation. Oh, they scissoring each other, and do you say that about the guys? What the guys doing is freaky stuff. So I don't know. BD,
Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay,
I
I'm
was
sorry
talking.
about that.
Yeah, you froze up a little bit.
Yeah, I
And
froze up. I'm sorry about that,
yeah,
y'all.
remember last night we had that conversation about the ladies. You seeing like the stud buds and the gay girls.
Yes. Well, I already told you how I felt about that stud
I
bud stuff.
know, I know. I mean, I saw clips of it. I don't watch it on Twitch. I don't really even have Twitch. I'm not. It's too many dang old apps. I'm tired of these apps. But anyway, I just got TikTok. But
Also, Miss D, how the ladies
huh,
present themselves, that whole situation at the club. I know
huh,
they call themselves stud buds, whatever,
right.
but you're showing up with a floss pick at a club. Like the image, it looks particular. And it kind of does go back to attractiveness, sexuality, whatever. But look the part. But look the
But you
part.
know what? But you know what? I'm in the I might be wrong. I'm in my minority. I think it's more feminine girls than gay girls. So I'm not. I don't think
I think
they're
there's
indicative, huh?
I think so too. I think the league is
It's
more.
just that they're more. I don't think the league push it, but I just think they have a lot of the players are not like Angel where they be on social media. You have a lot of players that don't really market it themselves, far as um out there. But you got Angel, you have Rakia Jackson, very feminine. She have a boyfriend. Anissa Merle. I could name a lot of players you see them with their boyfriend. So I just think that it just seems like the so-called studs has uh
They
I
get the
won't say
most
taking over.
attention.
Exactly.
They
I
get the
just
most
think
attention.
right, but I don't think the league do that. Yeah, but yeah. So you had Candace Wiggins. I don't know what happened. I want her one day to really tell the truth. I mean, she's told some things. She felt like she was blackballed, that she was pressured by some of her not teammate. Well, she didn't say who. I want to know who. It seemed like she said it's Simona Gus. I'm not sure. Allegedly, was kind of pressuring her to um like I heard this in college too. I heard try to kind of turn you. They call it turn you out, and there's a lot of that going on. And like you see, I don't know. I'm not making any assumptions, but I showed you a picture, BD,
Right.
of
I
Courtney
remember.
Williams.
Courtney Williams, yes, last night.
And if you watch, I don't even watch Dub Buds, but I do watch a few episodes of her and her father. I think that relationship is real nice and sweet. And one thing that I noticed, she had a boyfriend in high school, and she almost got in trouble about some this guy she was really in love with. So did she get turned out? Is that's going on? And that's not a good thing. I don't want that to, you know, be a part of basketball. Because look, let me tell you a funny story. So
Yeah, go ahead.
I played basketball in high school. I should have stuck with it, but I didn't. My freshman year. So, back in the day, it wasn't really open where you had girls like, yeah, I'm, like that, whatever, whatever. So one of my classmates, I seen her, she said, hey girl, we went to Burger King or whatever. She treated me to lunch or whatever. I said, is she trying to come on to me?
Oh wow.
And I guess she thought because I played basketball that, I was like that. So that stigma is there. That stigma is there.
Oh,
And
of if you athletic, you automatically like
right, because I guess there's a few
okay,
girls on the basketball. I didn't know because I didn't ask about they. I didn't want ask what they was doing outside of basketball. I guess they was gay, and so she assumed that I was gay.
right.
So I guess she was coming on to me. So I wonder, how many? Shoot, I would do a documentary about that. Do you feel like people are trying to turn you out? And that's what
Well,
Candace
that
Wiggins. She quit the. I was thinking of something else. Maybe she was having. But did that make her have an emotional breakdown because players? She felt players was trying to come on to her, and she didn't want that. So I don't know. And do they turn players out? Because I seen some of their draft day, and they all feminine, and then next thing you know, they just switch up. So I don't know.
yeah, yeah, the Candace Wiggins story is a very interesting story, for sure. Like her issue with the women coming on to her, and she just got tired of it. Matter of fact, she was saying that the women were trying to bully her.
Right. No, I'm not in denial. What I'm saying is, I forget his name, Random Facts. What I think that's his name. But I'm not in denial. What I'm saying is, it's more actually, even though some of that stuff might go on, I don't know. It's allegedly. I don't know. I'm just going by what Candace Wiggins said happened to her in a certain locker room,
Right.
and I'm not denial. But what I'm saying is, you see a lot of the Courtney Williams and Letitia Heidermans, but and then Brittany Grinders, but what about Asia Wilsons and Angel and Rakia Jackson? They be with their boyfriends all the time.
Yeah, they do. Like
So
it's a bad stigma. I agree with you. It's
right,
definitely a bad stigma.
right. You on there twice? Uh-oh.
My bad, y'all.
Uh-oh. Is that going again? Uh-oh. You got it.
I got.
Hello. Yeah. Are you still there? Questions? 2-pounder? Did she drop?
No, I'm right here.
Oh no, I'm just saying. Yeah, so that was a funny story, but I think got a lot of guys still have a problem with the that part. Um there's nothing you can do about that part. That's people's sexuality. But I think that it's like I said, it's I don't like I said I don't know percentage of gay or straight, but it's straight girls in there. They just I don't know. It's just that's how it kind of
I think so too. I think so
right,
too. I do believe that. It's just some
right.
people are noticing that there's even if it's 10%, that's still 1 in 10 of the WNBA. Is
But
kind of
but do
uh,
we ask that of the guys?
no, of
So
course not. Of course not.
the
Of course
guys
not.
could be like that too. It's just that they don't put it out there because of the stigma. You know, somebody questioning that the fact that yeah, I'm gay, but I'm still a man. They don't want that question. So instead of focusing on that, just focus on the basketball.
Yeah,
Yes.
I wish people would just focus on the basketball, but like you said, there's a distinct difference between the avid fan and the casual fan. And the casual fan can't seem to get past the sexuality to focus on the basketball.
But you
Yeah,
see,
that's the
like I said,
problem,
You see
BB. That's
Angel, you
what's
see a
going
whole
on,
bunch of feminine
BB.
women. So why
That's the
you focusing on
yeah.
that? It's not like it's yes, it's gay girls in your face, I guess, and that's what you want to say. But it's also straight girls.
Right. And when this whole situation with Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, the fact you have one WNBA player, we have one player who is a young white woman, another player who's a young black woman. Both of them are not LGBT, and they
Right.
both represent, their own respected communities or race. So you have one girl who's she can, be the example to young white girls, and Angel Reese to young black girls and everything in between. So that's a good image. And they're both, fit and attractive. Like, these are not ugly young ladies. They're not ugly. Why?
No, Angel a baddie.
Angel's a pretty girl. Just a
Yeah,
pretty girl.
Angel a baddie.
Yeah,
She a nice tall tree girl, man. But
like,
don't mind me. That's just the man in me. I'm sorry.
and she's a girl. Like, she's a girl's girl. I saw her. I
Yeah.
saw her podcast. She's like, you can tell. Like, women can tell these things. Like, she's a girl. She likes men. Like, she's a fun girl. She's a young lady. So great image, for her generation, very good young WNBA, who's hot right now. I don't know, promote
Stop
her.
it.
And
Stop
their
it. She
daughters.
is pretty. You know what? You know what I said. She is not. She don't like a cartoon. You know what? You ever seen Corey
Yeah.
Holcomb? You ever heard Corey Holcomb? Someone she like they keep saying she like the character from Ice Age. I don't. I saw that. No, she do
Yeah,
not.
no, she don't.
And
She's
remember,
Angel is
pretty.
beautiful.
and Random Tactical, he mentioned Megan Rapinoe. Megan Rapinoe was very political. She was
Right.
very,
Right.
very political. She brought a level of negative attention that nobody was asking for. She made it all about herself. She was not about their sport. And she does have a look to her that is not appealing. like Megan just looks like old lady too. Like people don't want to see that. Like she's trying to run off that Obama. We're giving them hope. I'm like, girl, what are you talking about? Give who hope? Go play soccer. Like she's just way too political for no reason. Like she knew what she was doing and it didn't work out. That's not what Caitlin Clark and Angel are doing. Caitlin Clark and Angel
not
is
at
like,
all.
they're not political. They have a little beef, but just like Shaq said, this is sports. I'm not supposed to like you, and it does sell for WNBA. Like we've seen this happen before. We all know that beef in the NBA sells. We've seen this before. So there's no
sure
reason.
Does.
There's no reason to bring up LGBT with these two. We might as well just talk about the beef. I don't like what the RG3 did, calling her a monkey, beyond racist. And thank God Shaq came and shut that down. But just like Shaq said, this is sports. I don't have to like you. Let's keep all this drama to the court, which is clearly what Angel and Caitlin are doing. Because I don't see them disrespecting each other outside of the court. I don't see them talking badly. I checked. Unless I'm missing something.
You're not missing nothing. I've never seen them at each other throw outside the court. Matter of fact, I've seen the complete opposite outside the court when it comes to Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark.
Oh, that's wonderful to hear. That's good. I know people are trying to make it into race, which is going to happen.
No,
but
Angel, they cool. Angel seemed like she cool with a lot of people. No, but it was fans. It was after she certain CC fans, because Angel fans like whatever, but because a lot of the CC, well, I don't have no problem with CC. That's what I'm saying, but the
Yeah, it's her
generational,
fans. Her
right?
fans are fanatical.
They are.
And a lot of them are outright disrespectful and rude. Let's call it what it is. A lot of the Clarkies, as y'all dubbed them, yeah, a lot of them are assholes. Let's just call it what it is. They're assholes. And they take the basketball and make it something that's not about basketball. Right? They take it way too far.
Those are casual fans. Like, and I think a lot of them behaving like that, BD, are the casual fans.
Yeah, they are. It's not the people who are actually watching. It's the casual ones that's just trying to get clicks and views.
Exactly. So that's why it was disturbing when RG3, someone who is professional athlete, you should know better. Someone who has been on, what was he? He was on ESPN, not Sports Center, but he had his own little show. Like much as expected.
He used to be on RG3. He used to come on First Take sometimes, and he was on Get Up sometimes too on ESPN.
Yes, he was.
RG3.
Yeah, I remember seeing him on First Take. That's where I saw him, and I don't like him. He's off, but it was really inappropriate for him to even get involved as a man, as an athlete, as a professional athlete. That's not your place. Either say nothing or just keep it professional. Like more is expected of you than we would expect from a casual fan. Like the Angel Reese casual fans, they're going to be messy. The Caitlin Clark fans are going to be messy. We're going to hear rude and of course racist comments. We're going to hear that, but you don't expect that from an RG3, not from you. So it's great that when you have someone from the NBA who is such a legend like Shaq coming in and ending that type of behavior, because Shaq is not going to address casual fans, but Shaq will address RG3. Let's fit just on the court and let the rivalry kind of bloom and bring tickets. Rivalry sells. It sells. It does. So
Yeah, but the commissioner should have kind of nipped that in the bud, because the fans and the indie was acting crazy, and she should have just said, started kicking some people out like they did Sanaya Rivers when the guy was just too much, and they escorted him out when in Boston. So yeah, I was happy about that. They need to start doing that. No, she do not like the sloths.
No, not at all. And
no, she don't.
She prettier than Caitlin Clark. That's for sure.
Yeah, Caitlin, she could play, but Caitlin do like Jim Carrey.
Yeah, like she prettier than Caitlin Clark. Matter of fact, you can't even compare the two when it comes to looks. Angel is way prettier than Caitlin Clark. Way prettier.
Who would do HD caller flat back end?
Yeah, flat back end. Yeah, right.
That's
flat back end. Yeah, HD wild for that. Flat back end.
That's wrong.
Yeah, I mean, Caitlin Clark is not the prettiest girl. She's not. Sophie Cunningham looked way better than Caitlin Clark.
You're
In my
wrong.
opinion, Haley Van Lith looked way better than Caitlin Clark. If we want to talk about the white women in looks.
She look a little manly, but look, Black Belt Sophie. That's what I call her because somebody was saying, you know, how, Sophie Cunningham always act like she's a forcer, and then somebody said
Right.
she's a black belt, so I call her Black Belt Sophie. Yeah, that's what I call her.
Now, Crown, I will give you that. Sophie Cunningham is a pretty white girl. So is Haley Van Lith, in my opinion. That's just my personal opinion.
And Haley got a boyfriend. She
Right.
he did age. He only 26. He look old. He balding.
I don't know who her boyfriend, the name of her boyfriend is, though.
He
It
played for
escapes me right
Gonzaga.
now.
Jalen something. Jalen. He played for
Not.
Gonzaga. Gonzaga. Remember?
Did he used to play for Gonzaga? Is that
Yeah,
the
but
same dude that's
like three
on the
like
Orlando Magic now?
yep.
Okay, you
Jalen.
talking about is Jalen
There's so many
I
Jalen's.
want to say
Jalen this, Jalen that.
Suggs.
Suggs. Yep, Jalen Suggs. He look old. I'm like, you only 24, 25, 26 in that range? He balding already. I'm like, oh. Come on,
Yeah,
Jalen.
Jalen Suggs is a pretty decent player too. He's not no scrub.
Well, he was good. Well, he okay now, but in Gonzaga, he was tearing it up. That's why they made the final. Or did they make the championship game? They made a championship game.
They made it to the Final Four, not to the championship.
No, they did. They lost. They blew up by Baylor. They made sure
Okay,
championship.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Baylor tore them up.
Was this 3 years ago or 2 years ago?
3 years, 2003. I mean 2003.
Okay,
2023.
2023.
3 was my nephew was born. It'll be like 20 years.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, see, so we do got some power couples in the making. In the
Yeah.
making.
Look, Angel's boyfriend better be lucky. I mean, they better be lucky. Tisha Heineman better be lucky. Angel's boyfriend went there trying to push up and all that.
Who is Angel Reese's boyfriend? I
Wendell
don't know who
Carter.
that is.
Well, as allegedly Wendell Carter from he
Wendell
played for, I forget.
Carter.
He played in, I forgot what team he played for. She
I
used to
think
date
he was
Jalen.
on Detroit, the Pistons.
Yeah, so was
Let me
Jalen
check
Duran. No,
for you though.
Jalen Duran was on the Pistons. She used to date him.
Oh, so she dating Wendell Carter now?
Yeah, that's what they say. Who knows?
Right, we won't know for sure, but I'm about to look him up.
I'm just reading right now. The WNBA fined Sophie Cunningham $500 for something she put on TikTok.
No, they could do that. That's crazy.
Yeah,
I know they could do that either.
She's a cutie.
And Wendell Carter played for Orlando too.
Oh, okay.
So
I didn't know that. I forgot.
they all in it together. Jalen Suggs, Wendell Carter.
Maybe
they all in it
that's how
together.
she met Wendell Carter because she
Right.
friends
I
with
was just
HBL.
thinking that.
And look, I like HBL. She's okay, but Angel Reese, you could have got Isaiah James. There's a few players I would have got over Haley Van Lith. I'm sorry.
Well, don't tell Bro Claude that.
No, look, Bro Claude coming around now. He's coming around. You see
He coming around now because
last
he
night,
was
the
big
night
on
before?
HBL.
I know, but he was like maybe HBL. He said, remember how he said all the players for the Sky need to be moved except
Right.
Angel and Camilla. So he coming around. I think she's okay, but for where they drafted her at, it's a no go because
Right.
you could have got players right now that could have helped you. Yeah. Shoot,
Yeah,
Pow
Paige is
Pow.
fire too, Crown. I agree with that. Paige is fire.
But Paige dating AZ Fudd.
Yeah, she's dating AC Fudd. That's that UConn stuff though. So I expected that something like that.
That's not what you mean UConn stuff. They not all
They were all together. Didn't they
yeah,
play
but they're
together
like,
on UConn?
yeah, but
That's
they
what I
don't
mean.
really. Oh, okay.
No, I didn't mean anything extra. I mean it's just UConn stuff that they played together on UConn. Like, so I can expect something like that to go down because they were around each other for 3 years, 4 years. You know what I mean? Before Paige came out. One, I didn't even know Paige was swung that way. So, you know, that was new for me.
I kind of figured out. I don't think I didn't expect AZ, but I kind of figured that.
Yeah, I didn't figure that from Paige. I never even thought about it, to be honest with you, from Paige.
She's kind of she's what I call out open, where she don't really flaunt it a lot necessarily.
Right.
So yeah. Like you see Dejanay but Dejanay said she wasn't gay. She just said she like Melissa Smith because they was teammates in college, and she
Right.
started like her in college. But I don't know. She's bi then.
Yeah.
She's trying to say she
Yeah,
ain't
that
gay.
part.
She's bi.
She's bi.
She said she's not gay at all though. She's just like Melissa. That don't make sense.
It don't, but you know, that's neither here nor there when it come to that. Like, that's a whole nother conversation.
But she might be in denial. I like this girl, but I'm not gay. I just like her. But I wouldn't date no other girl. She told Angel I wouldn't date no other girl. I don't know.
Yeah, that's wild stuff. Well, I'm gonna have to get off of here because my stuff's starting to die now. I've been on here
All
for
right, I
4
appreciate
hours.
it. Yeah, I just want to come up here and talk about the Hawk. But even though,
Yeah, I appreciate all of y'all coming. Thank you for coming just to chat with me. You know what I'm
oh,
saying? Like,
definitely.
I
I
really
want to get on here.
appreciate that.
Look, I never
And you know,
catch your early lives. I never catch it
what
because it's so early. I'm not a morning person. And then look, it drained me today. I didn't wake up till late because we was up all night.
right. I know y'all was. Remember, I was up with y'all.
All right.
So I know. You
I'm
know, but
surprised
you
you
know,
got
I'm
up.
gonna have to give Bro Claude and Keisha, you know, a piece of my mind. I'm like, look, I come and support y'all shows all the time, but y'all don't even come like holla at me, not even a little bit. Like,
Look, don't take it
have to
personal
go
because a
curse
lot
them
of
out.
people I support. There's a lot of people I support. They don't support me. I don't see them nowhere in the chat. It happens. They might watch it. I don't know if they do or don't, but I don't see that. I want to see you in the chat say something. Hey, how you doing? Blah 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 blah
Yeah, that's
blah.
all I'm asking for. I'm not even asking
Right.
you to come and stay, but at least come and
Exactly.
just say something, and then you know, go do what you
But it
do.
happens.
You know what I'm saying?
Look, don't take it personal. Keep going. You're doing good.
I appreciate you, Miss D, and I appreciate you, AI, and hanging out with me. And I appreciate all of you for coming to hang out with me. You know, this is pretty new for me. I'm not really used to doing this like this, especially for this long. I done drained both my devices on 10%. You understand what I'm saying? Like, but I've had a really good time with this, and I
Oh, listen,
appreciate all of y'all
come
for
up.
coming.
Once
Keep it up,
if it ain't
BB. You
working.
have a good channel. Keep it up. Keep it up. We do need just
Yeah, I appreciate all of
Yeah, you
y'all
do.
for coming.
one
Yeah.
channel, one
And I
channel.
appreciate
Sports
talking to you, Question to Ponder. We had a
as
nice
well
conversation.
as the little. This was fun. You never get to talk, especially since you know so much about the sports history. So it's good. It's good to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's cool. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
And
But
random, I
listen, we
got you with
coming
the
in.
UFC MMA stuff because I watched that too.
Oh, I haven't watched that in years. But listen, we coming up. Me and ADP 12 a.m. If you want to come up, we doing
All
some.
right,
I'm
y'all,
doing some
y'all
of her
coming
channel.
on tonight?
Yeah, her
Midnight?
channel.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
Misty, drop your link. Drop. If you have a channel, drop or in the comment section.
Oh, I
If you
gotta
have.
let me see how I do it because I had to do it after he drop off because reason why I say that I'm on the phone, I don't know how to do all that.
But come back to his comment section and drop your channel link if you don't mind. That'd be great. Nice. It's good to have lives. Just keep it real fun. Just sports, little history. That's the good stuff.
Yeah,
Jeff,
but thank y'all all again, man. I really appreciate all of y'all spending some time with me. I got to get out of here now. I'm gonna
All
end
right.
this now before my phone die and end it
Yeah,
for
all
me.
right, y'all.
all right, bye.
All
Bye,
right,
BB.
thank you again,
Bye
y'all.
bye.
Y'all have a blessed day, all of y'all. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Bye.